All right, what's up, everybody? I just went live. So, I don't know. My internet's been a little bit buggy today. So, hopefully, this is going to be nice and smooth. But in all honesty, you just never know. so, um, welcome. Welcome to my live stream. Today, we have a pretty chill um pretty chill day going, man. It's a Friday. I've had a really busy week. Maybe I should actually show you guys me, huh? Let's see. Go to FaceTime camera. Hi, everybody. Yeah, it's been kind of a busy week. I've had some cool stuff going on, some sweet things that I'm working on right now to try and improve and better my business. So hold on, hopefully you don't get seasick while I adjust this camera so you don't have to look up at my chins. I've been working on some things to make the business a little bit better and hopefully make us a little bit more successful and profitable. I just got clearance from the last couple of people that I was waiting for and had a delivery today. So I guess I'll just make the announcement now. It's something I've been talking about for a while. And it was like basically my biggest goal starting off the year was that I wanted to. Well, initially, one of my goals was to get set up with the University of Iowa to do like licensing stuff, but their licensing is kind of whack, and I decided it was probably in my best interest that I just didn't pursue that avenue. So my secondary goal to that was I was going to get approved, hopefully, for a federal firearms license. So since I moved into this building almost a year ago, I've had a handful of people unsolicited just bring or come and talk to me about bringing firearms for me to do engravings on. And the way to do that legally is, according to the ATF, if you're going to engage in the business of, which means if you plan on doing and collecting money for doing engravings on firearms, at least the serialized parts of firearms. So the part that has the serial number on it is the part that the federal government tracks. So like gun slides, you can order that off the internet and they can mail one to you. That's fine if it's a pistol. But the pistol frame itself is a serialized item. And in order for one person to hand that off to another person, there has to be like a chain of custody, basically. So in order to legally participate in that chain, I have to have a federal firearms license. That's going to give me the ability to hopefully tap into a market that I don't think there's really anybody doing anything like that in my area. So I think that that's going to be a good move for me. I would say the market's saturated with Hawkeye stuff, and there's probably enough people making that out of their garage without the proper licensing that, why compete? Why try to do that when there's an area that doesn't have any competition? And I was just watching a video yesterday. This guy, I think it's JH Customs or JH Custom Engraving. Dude's out of New York. I just found out he's a Marine, and now he runs a laser engraving shop in New York, like I think in the city or around the city. And he was doing a video about like why you may not want to get into like the mainstream Etsy shops and stuff right now unless you have like a pretty established thing going already, and how hard it can be and challenging it can be. So like trying to maybe like set expectations where if you are new to the laser engraving world and you want to, make things and throw them up on Etsy, just kind of keep in mind that there are very well established people who are pumping a lot of advertising dollars into making sure that their stuff gets seen and and whatnot. And, just kind of like temper your expectations maybe for the first portion to get started, and don't make 5,000 of one thing in hopes that that's going to be your moneymaker and throw it on Etsy and sit and wait for something to happen. And I commented on there, I was like, a lot of people, it seems they'll go online just to fight for crumbs and just have a complete blind eye to a whole loaf of bread that's within a 20-mile radius of them, so just kind of that mentality that, don't try and scratch and claw your way into a saturated market when there's something that's not as saturated that you can get into easier. And maybe firearms for me, I'm ex-military. I was a cop in the service. I had aspirations of being a cop outside the military. Life kind of happened and changed some things with that. So I didn't have that opportunity. But I'm a firearms enthusiast. And so like working with guns, doing stuff on guns would actually be pretty cool to me, and something that I have like an inclination to do. So I think for me, that's probably a great move. I love Iowa. The state of Iowa, living here has given me opportunities that I've never dreamed of. And go Iowa. But at the same time, I just want to do what's best for me and my family too. And I think that doing the FFL thing is the way to go. So I had a safe delivered this morning, a nice big 380-pound safe that they dropped at my door, and I had to move inside on my own. So that was cool. But yeah, had the safe delivered this morning. I have all my paperwork filled out. I have my fingerprints done. I need to go get a picture taken or take my own picture and print it out or whatever. And I've got my landlord's blessing. I've got the guy from the zoning department in our town. He gave me the thumbs up this morning. So I think we're ready to rock, man. I'm gonna cut that check and put that stuff in the mail and see what happens. So I don't have any felonies or any crazy stuff in my background. So there really shouldn't be any hitches in my giddy up. And pretty soon, hopefully within the next, 60 to 90 days, definitely by the end of the year, I'll have my FFL and I'll be able to legally do that kind of work. So pretty exciting. But aside from that, today's whole thing was just, I was gonna get like fully set up and get rocking and just hit the camera and we can go. But I think probably maybe the better thing to do would be to hold off, or was to hold off, and just go ahead and show you guys what I do, how I do when I'm setting up, like, what it is from start to finish, how I get things rolling when I have a job to do. So Lost Bear is a coffee, like a drive-through coffee shop. So they have 2 drive-through locations here in Fort Madison where I live, and 1 up north of us. They had 2 up north of us, but one of them, the city pulled some weird stuff and ended up buying the mall that they were outside of, and I guess didn't renew their lease or something like that. So they're great people. They're one of my first customers when I was first getting started and wanted to do my thing and get established as a laser engraving business here in town. I took a cup and some slate coasters and I think like a little bamboo charcuterie board or something like that. And had been going to this place getting coffee for a while and kind of figured out who the manager was and chatted her up a little bit. And then we just stopped by one day with the goodies for her. And I even put her name on the cup too, because I'd picked that up. And so that was just like kind of a cool move. I think that maybe a lot of people don't appreciate as much or utilize as much in our business, because it kind of sucks having to give stuff away. But I've always had that mentality of, it's marketing money. You can pay for Facebook ads that may or may not hit on somebody, or you pay $18 total for 3 or 4 different items that you can give somebody with their name on it or their company's logo on it or both, and say, hey, this is what I can do. This is one of the few things that I can, or one of the many things. This is just a few of the many things that I can do. And here's a gift, a gift that you can use every day. And when you look at it, think of me and how cool that guy was. And maybe, when a need arises, give me a jingle and we can work something out and do business together. So I did that, and she hit me up a couple months later, and they did a little test run on some cups they had ordered, and then they were going to have somebody sublimate or something like that, but it didn't work out. So they were just sitting on, I think, like 48 cups or 24 cups or something like that. So she was like, hey, can you do these for me? And I did those, and then I did some more cups for them. And now the last order was about a year ago. Normally they order more frequently, but things have been kind of hectic for them, I guess. But this is my usual fall order for them now. 2 cases of RTIC 20-ounce mugs. Let me get a knife so I can crack this open. My little $13 Temu knife. Woo! So yeah, every fall and typically in the spring they would hit me up too for like replenishment after the holidays and stuff. But they'll order a couple cases. She seemed like she might be ordering a 3rd case from me come holiday time. I kind of kicked around, and I don't think I have that cup anymore, do I? No, I gave her the cup. That's right. I kicked around the thought of doing like holiday cups with her that was just like their logo with like some different snowflakes around it, and then like it was a stainless steel RTIC cup, so I just did a black and neil on it, and she liked it and thought they were cool, and we're gonna try and do a limited run, but that's when they're going through all this other stuff, so we ended up not. So maybe we'll do it this year. I don't know. That'd be kind of cool. But this is their cup of choice. They like the RTIC cups. So, and they're not bad. I think they get these for like $19 and some change delivered usually. This time there was a sale going on or something, so I ended up getting them for like $30 a case less. And so that savings can get passed on to them, and they will make a little bit more off of these cup sales, which I think is a decent concession for me to make to ensure that, you know, hey, the guy hooked us up last time, let's keep going back to him, you know? So we'll see. But yeah, there's the cup. And I already have the file pulled up on Lightburn. I'm going to go ahead and switch cameras to my camera looking down on the laser bed, though. You don't have to look at my ugly face anymore. There we go. So as you can see, with this job, I'm actually going to be using a Lego jig. I sometimes will do cups with like cylinder correction on the rotary, but I don't think that's the move for these ones, and I'll show you why here in a bit. Essentially, the way that these cups are designed, when I get them to lay down, I'll put the jig or the Lego plate down, I'll put the cup down, get it all lined up, and then I've found that even though from a mathematical sense, having this handle perfectly level and perpendicular or parallel to the engraving field, that might be the correct way mathematically to do it. When you have something that the engraving occupies physical space and the handle occupies physical space, it always looks like the engraving is closer to the handle. So basically what I'll do is I'll take and get it parallel and then just drop it down a little bit. And so it gives a little bit more distance from the center line of the engraving and the handle. And it just kind of, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but sometimes that's the way we'll do it. I always do it so that when somebody is drinking right-handed, that the logo is on that facing out. That's kind of like what I generically go to. And this client agrees. Some clients don't. They want people to look at their logo when they're drinking it. I prefer logo out because basically they're doing these cups for advertising, right? So if somebody's walking around with a cup in their hand, you're not doing very good advertising if the logo is facing them versus the logo facing out. And they only wanted the logo on one side. So I always tell people, typically, I think statistically most people are right-handed. So having the handle on the right-hand side with a right-handed drinker and the logo facing out is just better for everybody. I think, like I said, they're paying for advertising dollars. So why would you not want your logo showing off? So, oops, and I just clicked on something. Oh boy. I don't know what I just did. Oh, I zoomed like way the F out. All right, there we go. Ooh, and it looks like, let's see. Looks like when I was moving things earlier, I missed, there we go, their logo. Turn that back to center, rotate it. I don't know how I did that. But yeah, that's their logo. It's pretty straightforward and easy. It's got some good details in it, but the fiber laser, I think, does a great job, even with the 300 millimeter lens, which I need to throw in. Even with the 300 millimeter lens in, I think it still does a fantastic job at getting those details done. And the fastest way for me to do it that I've found is to run cylinder correction with the 300 millimeter lens. And since this is RTIC and they have a pretty good finish on it that's very consistent, and it's black, it really just doesn't get much easier than that. You can't really argue or complain too much, rather, about how well that turns out. So, hey, we got 3 viewers now. Welcome, welcome. I hope that you guys enjoy. I've just kind of spent the last few minutes explaining kind of what we're doing today and a couple things that I've been working on. So I was trying a ceramic cup on here the other day. I should vacuum, but I'm not going to run the vacuum cleaner while you guys are on the live stream because that will just be horrific probably. So yeah, essentially what I'm going to do is take my Lego base plate and pull these guys off. There we go. This one just doesn't want to come off. Whatever, you're staying on. Congratulations. I've gone through the work of making sure that my laser is square with my base plate. So all I have to do really is take and run this up to the corner and get it set. Boom. So now it's square to the edge of the base plate, and I can take some of my handy dandy tape probably should do that again because this build plate has a little bow to it because it's been hit with some heat previously. So, you know, it's got a little bit of warpage. But we'll run the tape here and on there. All right. So what are you guys working on today? Anything cool? Leave a comment. Let me know what you're doing besides watching me. Hopefully you're up to some fun. Bronson's here and said that his metal cards just got shipped. So while he was out here, he and I worked on securing an order with the guy that I'd been kind of back and forth with, kind of working on behalf of myself and Bronson to get some properly anodized aluminum business cards But these ones are playing card sized. So he's got some projects he's going to be working on, and I ended up not partaking in this order, but perhaps the next one I'll get my own anodized business cards to use for myself and maybe share the wealth and share them with other people too. So essentially, here's the middle of my build plate. Let me get this guy kind of basically set up. I may not have it perfectly centered, but we'll use one of these blocks here. And one of these blocks here. The cool thing with the Lego jigs is you can just place things all over the place and kind of make things fit where you want. I've been pretty fortunate where like these cups and stuff fit in pretty good. There's a little bit of wiggle room, but I can fill that in by taking some of these guys. That not being even is going to bug me. All right, so take the little, I think those are like a third or a quarter the height of a normal Lego. And there we go. We're getting there. We're getting there. Maybe set up a couple more so it's more spread out. All right. So yeah, this is what I'm talking about when I say I use Lego jigs. And they're great, you know. It's something like if I did more of these cups, I'd probably just take some super glue and just make a permanent Lego jig, because you can get Legos at Dollar Tree now. I think with these cups, because the R is here, and I don't want to have the center line of the logo shifted over the R, I want to try and center it on the R as best as possible. So what I'm going to do is not put the handle of the cup down. I think I'm going to go ahead and utilize the leveling of the handle. Probably go up one more, just so that things line up well. I know it's pretty level, pretty darn close. Yeah, so shoot, it's almost perfectly lined up with the center line. I think I normally go just midway between the parts of the handle, so there's pretty even spacing everywhere to get lined up. So I think that's the way we'll go. You can see there's a little bit of residue here, or maybe you can see there's a little residue. That's one of the handy dandy uses for my tape, is you can actually use the adhesive to remove other adhesives. Boom, residue gone. Because that glue would definitely screw with the engraving. So now we have it set up so that basically I can just hot swap these cups and just get it lined up. There's not really any wiggle room. Like it's not going to jiggle around. It's in there. Like you can't hear any rattling or anything, because it's like the walls of these bricks are perfectly built up so that the contour of the cup, it's not hitting the base plate. It's being held up above the base plate, so it's sitting in there. I have this bottom piece here to keep it from sliding too far down. And we can add some to it just to kind of make it maybe a little bit easier. But I mean, this isn't going anywhere, and everything's pretty well lined up. So that's kind of how I build those jigs. You can make a rectangle to make sure you're right between the R. Yeah, that's exactly what I do. Actually, I'm gonna make a square in Lightburn with the tool line. So I'm out of focus right now. I need to actually adjust my focus. But yeah, that's exactly what I do, Bronson, is I do it with the Yetis too. The Yetis are kind of a pain in the butt because their logo, this logo is nice because it has the square or the rectangle around it. So I don't think it's a problem with that. But when you have that, because the Y is wider than the I, visually when you look at it, our eyes say that the center line of this logo is between the E and the T, right? But from a mathematical stance, the center line is actually probably a quarter or a third of the way into the top of the E. So when you do it mathematically the correct way, if you center something over there, your eyeballs are going to tell your brain that the center line of what you're looking at is mismatched with the center line of the logo, because our eyes are saying the center line of the logo is here. So, and at least that's my experience. Maybe my brain is bass backwards, but I've just noticed every time I do a Yeti without the square around it, I always think it's off center, but like I double check and triple check and quadruple check the math on it to make sure that it's right. So, all right, so I have, I'm not going to pull the camera to show you, but on the side of my tower here, I've actually written in permanent marker the heights. So my f420 lens is 457 millimeters. So I'm going to go ahead and drop this because we're at 495 right now. So $457. Bam. All right, now, since we're doing cylinder correction, we probably want to go like 2 millimeters down and boom, lock it in there. So that should be focus. And you can see the design there. Looks about right. We need to go probably up a little bit, like right there, to have it centered. Maybe up a tad more. All right, and then we're going to activate cylinder correction. And we're going along the x-axis, you can see here, and it's a convex shape. So I know my camera's kind of turned sideways, and I apologize for that. But we are going as far as, this is the y-axis and this is the x-axis. So we are actually going along the x-axis. So our mirror distance is about 520 millimeters. And our object diameter, I want to say these are 86. I should have this memorized. I've done so many of these. 76.3. So we will put 76.3 millimeters down. Hit OK. All right. So with the cylinder correction active, when we frame, you can see it actually isn't going out as far as it was before. So I think that's good. It does that because it's accounting for the curvature of the cup. So it changes the dimensions of it mathematically so that it comes out right. But I digress. do 500 speed, 13.5% power, and 42 kilohertz with 0.030 line interval. And then we're going to do 3 global passes. We're going to do a scan angle starting of 120. And then we're going to do an angle increment of 120 as well. So we're going to start at 120, go to 240, and then 360, which is also 0, so that our last pass is going to go parallel to the grain of the steel. I do that because just in case you get a little bit of where it starts kissing the metal through the finish, you don't end up with like a waffle pattern or anything like that, because the last pass is going to go parallel to the lines of the grain. Oh, look, Rob's here. Hey, something fun to have on when I'm working this afternoon. Hey, thanks for showing up, dude. I appreciate that. Let's see. Bronson said, oh, that's dumb. The camera makes the red outline. Thinks the red outline is a thumbs down. Okay. I don't know. Thanks for showing up, Rob and Bronson. Appreciate you guys being here. What are you working on today, Rob? Anything fun? All right, we can get back to... All right, so I was going to make that square now. I think that's about 35 millimeters. So let's give that a shot. So let's do 35 millimeters. And we're going to make you the tool line. And then, oops, I always forget that it keeps doing the square thing. Oh, man, I was almost spot on. Holy smokes. Look at that, buddy. All right, so it's not quite 35 millimeters tall. And just a tad over 35 millimeters wide. So let's go unlock that. Let's go 36 wide and 34 high and see what it does there. Nope, we need to go like 3 more millimeters short. So let's go to 31 millimeters. $30 millimeters. Boom, there we go. So if we go from the top of the R here to the bottom of it here and then left to right, I'd say that's pretty well centered. So now we can take our logo here. I'm going to group it since we noticed it was ungrouped earlier because I moved part of it. And this guy is at X position 151, and I think this is at 150 because it's centered, but with our Lego jig, we're off center by about a millimeter, it looks. So we're going to go ahead and center the logo over the R and go from there. So, see, Rob says, no, actually doing CAD work this afternoon. Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, okay, gotcha. All right. So Rob's working on some CAD stuff, and Cubing thinks that the logo framing is a thumbs down. That's funny. All right. Cool, cool. So I think we're set up. One thing I never do is run a cup without testing. So we are going to take some of my fancy Beam It Up laser tape. Boom. And then normally I go through and manually make all these settings changes, but I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this and try to work smarter, not harder, since people are watching. So, you know, I'll try and impress you with my smarts. So we'll turn this off for output, leave this on. And my settings for the 50-watt laser are 1,000 speed and I think like 8% power, 50 kilohertz, 0.1 line interval with 1 pass. And we'll make sure that, yep, this is at 45. We'll go to 0 with flood fill on. Perfect. All right, so what I'm going to do is run the blue layer one time just to see where things are lining up on the cup. So this is something I do all the time. It's kind of just like a proof, I guess you can call it, for customers. If they bring in their own cup or they want to see what something will look like a design, so we can determine like placement and size and whatnot, we'll go ahead and just fire away and see how everything looks on the cup without actually engraving the cup. And one thing I keep in mind when I look at this is the coloring of the mark on the tape. If it starts fading toward the edges because we're doing cylinder correction, then I know I need to move my focus down. If it's fading in the center, then I need to move my focus up. The 2 millimeter down focus really looks like it's inside that sweet spot because I don't really see any variation in the shading of the tape. So it looks like it engraved evenly. So when we go to actually engrave the powder coat, hopefully the power that's being delivered to the surface will stay continuous enough so that we don't have any spots where the powder coat doesn't burn or spots where the powder coat overburns and gets down into the metal. So as far as placement, I don't know. What do you guys think? That look pretty good? Looks like Rob's been doing AutoCAD for more years than I want to say. You can keep that secret to yourself. It's cool. Here, I'll try and turn this way. Here we go. So you guys, what do you think? That pretty good placement? It's a little bit down toward the bottom of the handle more than the top, but I don't want to go too high either, where the logo is like all the way up here and there's all this space down here. But I think that's pretty good, huh? So there we are. Now we've done our test run and everything looks okay on the tape. So what I'm going to do now is deactivate the blue layer, activate the black layer. We're going to frame it. Let's just turn off cut selected layers for today. We're going to frame it. Oh, you know what? I haven't secured my fan yet. That's a very fast way to make things very stinky in very short order. So let's not do that. Let's see. Turn the fan on. I already have the exhaust run through the window and the window open. I just never turned on the fan, or yeah, turned on the fan or placed it. So we'll set it right here. I think with the fan being where it's at, we're safe. Sometimes I have this little USB fan here that will blow across, but I think we're pretty good here today. So probably just use the fan. I was working on something the other day and I was so mad. Luckily, it was like a test project that I was working on and it didn't really impact anything. But my fan all of a sudden moved because I only have one point of contact holding it in place. So it shifted all of a sudden and the daggum thing bumped the workpiece. And I was like, no. But like I said, it was just a project I was working on to try and show somebody what their work was going to look like on a spare piece of wood I had. So it all ended well, but definitely something to keep in mind for the future. So yeah, I just drilled a hole through this ducting and use the machine screws to hold it in place. That way it's repositionable. That's the setup I'm using for now. Hopefully in the future I'll get the better ducting ran and it'll be better. So all right, looks like Bronson and Rob are having a conversation about AutoCAD still. If you guys have any questions or anything, just let me know. I wanted to have some music playing in the background, but I don't want to get any copyright strikes with YouTube, so. All right, so we have black set to output, blue set not to output, and let's just go ahead and turn off framing for right now, since we have cut selected shapes turned off, so it's only going to frame the one spot. And let's see how this comes out. Those coins haven't even shipped yet, Bronson. I guess I didn't read the disclosure on the contract that they have 45 days to ship after I place my order. So yeah, I might have a bit longer of a wait than I had initially anticipated, but it is what it is. I'm not in a rush with it. I'm gonna go ahead and as soon as it finishes this first pass, stop it. Because I am curious. I'm gonna change this to 0. I'm gonna turn off the auto rotate. Oh, I didn't have the auto rotate turned on anyways. What a dummy. All right. I don't know how I did that. I swear I turned that on. So I'm going to change it to 1 pass at 0 degrees because it looks like maybe this pass is going to get through the finish. So 3 passes might be too much and I don't want to jack up this cup. So let's see what happens. Again, 1 pass, 0 degrees. And flood fill still turned on though. Because I always use flood fill on cups like this. Okay, it looks like maybe my fear was not correct. There's a little bit on the L here. You can see where it got through, but that's where it started before I hit stop. So technically that is what the third pass would have looked like, which is pretty stinking clean metal. So I think that once this is done, I'll just hit start again. And then on the next cup, I'll go back to my original settings because it looks like I was more or less spot on. So yeah, I'm not too worried about it, Bronson. The cups still show up when they show up. It's just a matter of time. So I will, I'll let you know when they do come in though. Yeah, you can tell it still needs one more pass. So we'll go ahead and give it that pass. And I might even up the power a little bit so that the third pass gets a little bit cleaner. Last year when I had these, and for somehow, I don't know how, I lost all my settings. So I have to restart from square one. I had some pretty solid settings in. So I want to try and get that done again so that these go a little bit faster. That should clean up good. Yeah, that should clean up good. So I'm gonna grab a quick sponge. Actually, I think I have one right over here. And see, let's see how this cleans up, huh? If not, I'm very confident with the placement of the cup that I can set it back down and run it again. That's not optimal. That's how you screw things up. I found that out last week. Well, I didn't find that out last week. I relearned that lesson last week. That's a lesson that for some reason I just refuse to 100% learn. So actually it looks like maybe I do need to up the power a couple percent because it's not cleaning up as easily as it normally does. So I'm gonna give it one more pass. I think I'm gonna speed this pass up a little bit so it's not cooking the metal. Let's go to 750. And we're set up. Yeah, that already looks a lot cleaner. Yeah, the CAD stuff, I messed around with it a little bit in high school, but that was 20 something years ago and I don't remember any of it. I tried messing with some CAD software recently and got frustrated and gave up pretty quickly. So, take these glasses off. It's so hard to tell with these glasses on how clean it is. Oh yeah, that's cleaning up good. You can see the metal's nice and shiny. It's got a little bit of cleaning up to do, but nothing terrible. It'll come clean and we'll move on to the next cup. It's just this one's going to take a little bit of elbow grease, which is what I'm trying to avoid. I just don't want to have to spend 3-4 minutes per cup cleaning up. The goal is put a cup on, take a cup off, have it cleaned up by the time the next one's ready to go back on. So I only want to spend 30 seconds to a minute doing any kind of cleanup. So that's the goal, at least. It takes a little bit of time to get these cups ready too, because you have to peel. And then I've found this is my trick for this glue spot, is if you twist and pull, normally it comes off, and if it doesn't, then you use the glue that's stuck to it. Boom. Get it all cleaned up, and there's no residue now. So with this cup, we got it in place. We're going to try 15.5%, 500 speed, and we're going to go back to scan angle 120, 3 passes, and flood fill with an angle increment of 120. Auto rotate on this time. Boom. Double check, make sure it took. It took. And now we are going to try this guy. I went to my local farm and home supply store the other day yesterday, day before yesterday, it was Wednesday when I ordered my safe, and I got this cool cart. Let me cut away from that camera for a second. Go to the PTZ. So I got this, boom, this little guy right here. Normally it was like $89.99 or something like that, and I got it for $49.99. So it's like a pretty sturdy metal cart. It's a little bit on the wobbly side. I think I just need to loosen a couple bolts and put it back together to get it all squared up. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. And I think I'm going to use this as like my staging area for getting some cups prepared, and then where to put the cups when I'm done with them. So give that a shot, since counter space here is a little bit of a premium. So normally I'll do like 5 cups at a time. Let's go with 6, because 6 goes into 48, 8 times? So we'll do 8 batches of 6 cups and we'll be done. Oh yeah, it's doing that third pass, and it is nice shiny metal showing through now. So I think that's where we're going to keep it for those settings. I'd have had to do a little bit of figuring with the settings anyhow, because I'm going from using the 30 watt to the 50 watt, but it would have been a little bit easier had I not had to start again from scratch. But it is what it is. That's all part of the laser life, right? Switch back to the top-down view. I wish I could rotate that and zoom it a little bit for you guys, but unfortunately, since I'm using my phone, it doesn't quite work like that. Just finishing up the cleanup on this first cup. And then I hope you'll see how much easier the second cup is going to clean up, because I think it's going to be a night and day difference. So this one's done. What did I do with my, there it is. Just going to put a quick spray with the degreaser, and then you can see here, there's still a little bit of like grayness to it, huh? Yeah, because if I put a little elbow grease into it, now we're getting some bare silver metal. So maybe I need to up the power another 0.5%. I don't want to go too high and start cooking metal, because then we're going to be wasting cups. I'd rather waste a little bit of time than waste 1 cup. Everybody always accounts for some waste when they're doing projects like this, and I typically do too. But I would rather, like I said, I would rather waste a little bit of time than waste a single cup. So we're gonna put that elbow grease in for right now, and maybe go up 0.5%, see how it does, and then go up another 0.5 if it doesn't work right. But there you go. There's our finished, I think this way? Nope, other way. There we go. Keep forgetting which orientation this camera's in, but there's our finished product. And it has a very nice bare metal look, and I don't see a single smidge of, I still see a little bit of brown hanging out. I don't see a single smidge of where it got into the metal at all. So I would say we're at like, I don't know, 95% of where we need to be. And just a little bit of fine tuning will probably get us that last 5%. Pretty quick and easy. There we go. All right, we got it now. Boom. Use the old t-shirt towel. And here we are. We have a properly cleaned and properly shiny Lost Bear logo on our RTIC cup. So I'm going to take a few moments to rinse this off, and then I'm going to start on the other one, getting the cleanup. I'm going to take you guys with me to the restroom where the sink's at. I have a spray bottle. I'll probably grab a t-shirt and just use the spray bottle and t-shirt instead of having to walk back to the sink every time I want to rinse things off. That's what I did last time and it worked out pretty well, so I think that's what we'll do this time too. Sorry for being off camera. I'm just trying to grab a shirt. I don't think these sweatshirts really work too good at wicking away moisture. It'll do all right for drying. All right. So we got 2 viewers now. Looks like Rob's probably here with me playing in the background. And looks like Bronson took off for a minute to do something, probably to go eat. Feel bad when he came to visit. He's like, I like to eat like 6 times a day or whatever. And I think we ended up eating like twice. We got all tied up doing laser stuff and forgot to eat. I tried to talk this lady into using the polar camels and saving more money. I think we figured it out, and she would be able to get these cups for like $14 delivered if she went with the polar camels. But she really likes the RTICs. She likes the handles. I think polar camel has like a skinny tumbler in 20 ounces that's very similar to this, but it doesn't have a handle on it. So she wants like a good mug that fits in cup holders, that has a handle and is around 20 ounces. So until Polar Camel starts making a skinny tumbler with a handle on it, I'm pretty sure she's gonna stick with RTIC. And RTIC, you can get some sweet deals. Like last year on Black Friday, I think I got stainless steel versions of this cup for like $8 or $9 shipped each. I ended up getting, I don't know, I think I got 12 or 20 of them. I can't remember. It wasn't the whole case, but it ended up being enough for an order I ended up doing for this other guy, since the coffee shop didn't pick up on that job over Christmas time. So it got handled. Either way, we sold them. Kind of hoping more of the usual suspects would be available today. It's kind of weird not having Yuri or Bunny Washer or Sam around. Polar does have 20 ounce. Yeah, Rob, I think I couldn't find it on their website, at least on JDS, but their 20 ounce is a 20 ounce cup with a handle, but she prefers this skinny style. Whereas their 20 ounce with the handle, I think, is the tapered ones that are similar to like the 30 ounces and stuff, where it's got that, I always call it like a bullet casing shape, where it necks down at the bottom, but she specifically likes this style with the straight walls on them. So trying to clean up this first one still, and I'm I might have to break out the nail polish remover or something. I'm always super hesitant. It's like a last resort. Usually a little bit of elbow grease and some friction will take care of it. Which, it's like 96% there. I have a guy, when I was working part-time at the gas station I used to work at, when I was kind of getting started at this location and trying to get ready to make the transition to doing this job full-time. He's the owner of a trucking company. That he would always come to our gas station. And he, really super nice guy. I actually met him back when I was detailing cars for a dealership. He bought a Cadillac for his wife. And just always been a pretty cool guy. So I think I'm going to buy some trucker hats and put his logo on a real leather patch and stick the patches to the hats. And then give him a couple cups. I got a really good deal on a stainless steel Yeti the other day. Just a 20 ounce stainless steel Yeti. This is the kind of guy I'm not going to buy a generic Amazon cup for and give it to him, because he'll probably just look at it and be like, ugh. But I don't know. Maybe I'm being judgmental. I just feel like this guy's probably worth the money. Spend the extra money, get him an actual Yeti, even if it is a clearance Yeti, and spend the money on him to try and get him in and get him working with me. So he also is on the chair. We have every year the Tri-State Rodeo just happened. It's like Labor Day weekend-ish. And it's a pretty big deal out here. And he's a chairperson on that. So if I could score some of that business too, that would be awesome, and an opportunity to get my name out into the community and help more people. Here's the first cup. It's mostly there. I'm going to set it to the side and probably put a little bit more work into it later on, but I'm not going to make you guys listen to me clean. Rob asked, what do I use to clean the cups? Right now, I'm using Zepp Industrial Purple Degreaser. It's pretty good. I think I'm about to go grab my bottle of LA's Totally Awesome, because I am, I think, way happier with Awesome than the Zepp. I know there are people that will argue with me about that, but that's just how I feel. And I think Alex uses more like acetone or something like that to clean his cups, because he says you need a proper solvent, which I don't disagree, but it makes me nervous, because I have had some cups that had an adverse reaction to acetone. Some of the color started coming off because it wasn't a very good powder coat. Yeah, use the LA Totally Awesome. Me too, dude. I mean, I only bought the Zepp because I think Michael from Laser Engraving 911 was razzing Alex about him using LA's Awesome when Michael uses, I think, the purple Zepp. So I was like, I'll give it a shot and see what my experience is. And I think I'm at the point where my experience is that the purple Zepp doesn't quite work as well, in my opinion, as the LA's Totally Awesome. But that's just me. Yeah, that's what I'm using too, Magic Eraser. Well, I'm not using Magic Eraser. I'm using a melamine sponge or whatever they're called. We have, where I live, Menards is a big thing. It's like a smaller, well, I can't even say it's a smaller version of Home Depot. They're just smaller scale as far as like countrywide. But they were selling these 12 packs of these for like $4.99 a while back. They were on like clearance or something stupid. So all right, so like I said, normally I would be doing this while the laser's running, but I was just trying to get it all started. So we will do that for the next round, but yeah, I have At my old house, I haven't gone back to grab them yet. At my old house, where my son lives now, I think I bought a 100-pack from China for like 20 bucks. And it took a while for it to show up, but they work good. They're a little bit smaller. They're about like 2/3 the size of these ones and the Magic Erasers, but they work just as well. And I'm happy with them. Cubic likes to save big money at Menards. Yeah, that place is. I missed Menards. I guess I didn't know what I was missing exactly though, because I worked at Menards when I was in high school, and I guess I don't know. Either they got so much better since I was in high school, or cooler, or I just forgot how cool Menards was, because nowadays you can go to Menards and you can pick up lumber, buy some plants, get some hardware, and then you can go get some bargain price bratwursts or a couple pounds of bacon. Like, it's literally like an all-in-one, one-stop shop now. You can buy body soap and gift cards and greeting cards and all kinds of funny stuff. So yeah, it's just a cool place to go burn a couple hours. It's funny, I think my wife can spend just as much, if not more, time at Menards than I can. She's pretty enamored with the place. We go to Home Depot or Lowe's, she's pretty interested, but now that she knows that Menards is a thing, she really likes to stick with that. All right, so we're back in business. We've got 5 cups set up now to make it the even 6 with the one I just did. And I set aside one to finish up later. So we have that. I think I said I was going to go up to 16% power though. Not 160, 16, there we go. 16% power. And fire away. I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me, man. Alex said to give him a heads up, and I did, but he's busy, so the word hasn't gotten out yet. So you guys are like the faithful. It's usually the same people that show up for all of them, and I appreciate that. It's fun doing this, and I don't know. I feel like one of these days somebody's going to walk in and think I'm a crazy man talking to myself and walk right back out. But it's just cool to have somebody to talk to while I'm doing something that's kind of not my favorite thing to do. I mean, that's doing cups is kind of what got me to the point where I could do this as a business, but doing cups is just monotonous and mind-numbing. I think Bronson hopefully is going to figure that out soon. Nice. Keep doing Fridays. I'll try, dude. Friday's usually a good day. I was shooting for Wednesday, but I got kind of busy doing other stuff. Shopping for a safe. And then once I committed to the safe, I was like, well, I got to commit to some other stuff too. So I got the safe and then did a little bit more shopping and some planning, and yesterday was the day I filled out the paperwork for the ATF stuff. So hopefully I'll get that in the mail Monday. I just got to take a selfie and go to Walgreens and print it out, and then my packet will be ready to mail out. And then maybe in the next 2 months we'll be approved and ready to rock and roll. So I'm pretty stoked, man. I got there were 2 places in town here where you could buy firearms. And one place is the farming home I bought this cart at. The other place was like a mom and pop gun shop. And back in June, they closed the doors because the guy's a Vietnam vet and had been around forever doing this. And I think he didn't have any kids to take the business over, and he didn't want to do it anymore. So he shut it down, and they're selling the building now. So it's kind of a bummer. So maybe if things go okay, then I can spend some time focusing on doing like FFL sales to give people an option versus going to a box store. Still, it's a little... I'm doing it upside down again? No, I'm not. Yay! It's still a little brownish. So I think we're gonna up it another... Let's go 1%. We're working with the 50 watt on a 300 millimeter lens. I think we're safe going up a whole percent. All right, so it's in place. We're at not 18.5. We went from what, 13.5? We went 16. So actually, let's Control Z. What are we doing here? Undo. Yeah, we're at 15.5. So let's go to 16.5. There we go. So we're going up a whole percent. And we're going to hit F2 and fire. I'm going to go grab that. LA's totally awesome too, because I feel like it's going to clean faster than that Zep. Don't want to sound like a hater. I've given it its shot, and I just feel like, in my own personal experience and opinion, it's not quite up to the par, or up to par. 1% crazy numbers. And like I said, I'm trying to make these changes without actually making mistakes. So what's that saying? Make haste, not waste. Something like that. It's an old saying. I'm sure Bronson doesn't know what I'm talking about. Maybe Rob does. Make haste, not waste. I want to say that's something my great grandma used to say. I will concede that we did make that 0.5% increase in power, but I'm also going to go out of my way and say that the cleanup on this cup went a lot faster than the cleanup on the cup before it. So, sorry, Zep. You're a bathroom cleaner now. Rob confirms. Make haste, not waste. Basically what they're saying is do it quickly, but don't do it so fast that you screw up. Or at least that's my interpretation of it. So we already had, while the last cup was running, I got the labels and stuff off of all the cups. So I will switch to the PTZ here in a sec and show you kind of how I have it all laid out now. Boom, so that actually just finished right now as I was finishing patching up the last cup I did. So we'll zoom out. Oh, I'm not on the PTZ, silly. Let's go back to PTZ. All right. So the PTZ. So this is where my cart's set up. Excuse me. I just have the 2 boxes that are done here. The rest of the boxes are open with the wrapper and the lid inside of them, so I don't have to track anything down. The cups that need to be done still are sitting right here, and then there's one on the laser right now. So that's just kind of how I have it set up for my workflow, so that as I go through, when I did the first cup, as it was going, I unwrapped all the other cups. And then as I put the second cup on and it's going, I clean the cup before it, package it up, and it's timed just right with these settings that now, as soon as I'm done packaging one cup up, the cup on the laser finishes, and I'm legit like not wasting any time right now. So, well, I'm wasting time right now yapping, but aside from that. All right, let's switch back to the top-down view. You guys like that better, the top-down view? I know it's a little bit like wider view, but let me know if you prefer the PTZ. The problem with the PTZ is when I'm moving the cups and stuff, I'm gonna be standing in front of it. So you're not gonna be able to see what's going on. So probably we'll just stick with the top-down. You're not gonna enjoy looking at the back of my big old head while I'm talking. The result on this one is almost there. I'm gonna go ahead and say, let's go 1 more percent. Let's go to 17. I'm gonna go 17.25, 0.75%. And we're gonna go. So I think that's gonna get us in that spot where we're just rocking. Couple squirts of the LA is totally awesome. Yeah, legit, just a few swipes of the magic eraser or whatever you want to call it. Just a few swipes of that, and it's coming pretty clean. Inside the bear's head, there's just a tad. It takes a little marginal amount of elbow grease, but for the most part, it's coming super clean. So Cubing says he doesn't have classes on Fridays. Keep the streams on Fridays, which I'll try. Wednesdays he has classes from 12:50 to 2 and then 4 to 8:20. Ooh, that's a long one right there. That'll keep you busy for a while. And there goes my spray bottle. When I've got these glasses on, it looks like it's cleaner than it actually is. So I went through and gave it a couple swipes again, which means that cup's going to be waiting for me instead of me waiting for the cup for the next one, but it is what it is. So I'll throw the lid on, throw it in the wrapper, and then every one of these I'll do the same way too. I will put it in the box with the handle in the bottom left corner and lock it up. So it looks pretty much like it came from the factory. And it turns out I'm not waiting on, or the cup's not waiting on me. I am waiting on the cup. And this one looks really good, actually. It's got a little bit of residue, which is fine because I can get rid of the residue pretty quickly, versus trying to overcome the fact that I burnt through into the metal. So I think we're at that spot where it's probably about as good as it's going to get. And this is coming really shiny with minimal effort. I didn't put the next cup on. All this talking is getting me out of my rhythm. Last time, and you have to pay attention, you can't get in too much of a hurry. Last time I had to redo one cup. Actually, no, I just didn't sell him that cup, and it went to my wife because I set the cup down, set it down like that, made it fit, and it didn't move. But what I didn't notice was right here, the handle had actually wedged its way in between the two pieces, so it wasn't settled properly. And then it didn't burn through all the way because it was cockeyed. So I set it back down and ran it again, and then it ran in the right position, and so it was shadowed, and it gave you a headache looking at it like you were drunk. So don't do that. Just pay attention. So now what I do is I set the cup down and then rotate the handle. Because if you just drop it like that, like I did just a minute ago, and try and make it fit, you can. I could tell this time that it didn't sit right, but you can make that mistake easily. So I drop the cup in, roll the handle down, and go on to the next one. And if you're watching this video in the future, because you didn't make the live stream, leave a comment. Leave a comment and ask any questions you have about cups, about cylinder correction, about light burn, about fiber lasers, or pretty much anything that you want to ask. Hit me up, and I'll be more than happy. I read all my comments. I usually respond to most comments, especially if they're positive comments. Some people just want to go on the internet and talk crap. I get it. I do it too, especially after a couple of beers. I'm like, this guy's an idiot. I got to tell him. Usually that's on Facebook too, but anywho, leave a comment. I'll read it, positive or negative. I'll comment probably, unless it's super negative. Then I'll just probably ignore you because I'm not going to engage. I might spend a little bit of time, maybe, trying to tune this just to get it to where it is a little bit faster, because having to wait on the cup is not really optimal. Let's see what the time says. I don't know, some people probably haven't seen this before or noticed it, but down here at the bottom of the screen it says job completed in 2 minutes and 37 seconds, which for a logo this size, I think last time I was going triple the speed and it was like a minute and some change, or maybe even sub 1 minute to do it when I was doing it before. Again, I lost those settings somehow. I had all my files on my old computer, and then I upgraded computers, and I threw everything on a external hard drive. So I just downloaded these files off the hard drive, but I think somewhere along the line, I must have opened this file to mess around with it and do something else, and the settings got jacked. And so I just lost it. So I'm kind of having to start over again. This one came out pretty good. Again, it's just going to be a simple wipe, and it'll be ready. So, kapow. That's in, it's centered, it's ready to go. I'm not unhappy with the quality of the engraving. I'm a little unhappy with the speed of the engraving. I mean, it's not It's not impossible. It's not impossibly slow. It's just annoyingly slow. So I don't know. I might just leave it and then down the road order a cup. Maybe even try and find one on like eBay or something, so I'm not paying MSRP for it. Find a used one or whatever and just test out on it and try and at least double my speed. Because if I double my speed, then I can clean the cups while the other one's engraving and not end up waiting on the cup. Maybe the cup wait on me for a few moments, potentially. So we'll see. That one turned out really good with very minimal cleanup. I mean, this is what we're looking at with very, very little cleanup. Just a few swipes with the melamine sponge and some LA's Totally Awesome, and we're in business. Then I hit it with a little spritz of water, wipe it down with the t-shirt, and it's ready to go in. Maybe ready to go in the box. There we go. So yeah, see right here, at the minute 50 mark, maybe we'll take 10 seconds off because I was showing you the cup. So maybe at the minute 40 mark. So if I get it down to like a minute 40, because that's where we were just at when I stopped and looked at the clock, it was at a minute 50. And if we take 10 seconds away for when I was showing off the cup to you guys, we'll put it at a minute 40. If I get the time down to like a minute 40, then I think that would make it a little more doable to where I'm not waiting. We're at 2:28, 2:29. So we're almost done. So it's almost 40 seconds of wasted time. And this is cup number 6. So we're going to give it a couple spritzes. Working little tiny circles. Bada bing, bada boom. We're in business. Bronson said, sorry I got a call, but yeah, I hope to know how monotonous tumblers are. Yeah, for sure, dude. For sure. You'll probably never want to look at another tumbler again once you're done with that job. And then you'll get the check and you'll be like, I'll do tumblers all day. So it's a double-edged sword. And basically what it boils down to is you got to pay the bills. So I'm happy to do this job for a local customer, another small business who, without my services, would probably, well, for one, they'd have to wait a lot longer than they have to with me because she told me to order them. I ordered them the next day. They got here a couple days later. I've sat on them for like 2 days, but she'll have all of her cups by Monday. So within less than 10 days turnaround, far less than 10 days turnaround, actually. So here's our new 6, and we'll take the other 6, put them back in. Bam. Yeah, exactly. For sure, dude. It's pretty exciting stuff, though. It's nice being able to get those jobs where you'll be able to pay the bills for a while. I've been talking to a lady about doing a thing in October, the craft fair or whatever you want to call them. So I'm hoping I can make it work. We'll see. That glue dot didn't want to come off the first try, so I took a little strip of that Beam It Up laser tape, keep saying laser, Beam It Up laser tape, stuck it to that glue dot and pulled it off, and it came right off. Bam. 1,001 uses. And if you've been on my website and noticed that I only had 50mm tape available, I have 50 more rolls of 50mm tape and 100 more rolls of 100mm tape on the way. So it'll be out of stock until October. It's on the boat right now, but we did sea freight, so I didn't have to pay out the butt for air freight. So with sea freight, it should be here in the next couple weeks, and I'll get it listed back on the website. For now, I'm doing just one roll for 50mm, or you can buy 2 rolls of 50mm. I think I'm going to offer a 2 roll of 100mm when it gets back in stock. Some people might be put off by the 50mm. They do bigger jobs and don't want to waste the money, and they don't want to pay the extra $1 for just 1 roll. So I think I'm going to order or offer a 2 roll option where you can buy 2 rolls of 100mm for like $10 or $11. Probably $10. I'm not trying to get rich. I'm just trying to provide people with nice stuff. And I feel like that tape is nice stuff, so look out for that. I'll probably make an announcement that the tape's back in stock, or the 100mm tape is back in stock. And then throw it on there where you can get 1 roll of 50 or 1 roll of 100 or 2 rolls of 50 or 100 or 1 roll of 50 and 1 roll of 100. And then as soon as those coins get here, I'm probably going to list those for sale on my site too. I only got 100 of them to start off with, but with the price I'm paying for them, I think what I can do is offer them in the $2 to $2.50 range per coin. Which, I mean, there are people out there that are selling them for less, for sure. But, I don't know, some people would rather not give a random Alibaba seller their money, and they'd rather give it to somebody they know and trust. I know that these coins are high quality. I put them side by side with my Umbury coin, or one of my Umbury coins, and the quality is identical. So, and I think, if I remember correctly, the lady said these ones are going to come with a plastic case on them. So, that should be cool. So instead of coming in those little envelopes, they're going to come in one of those little coin discs. So that's on, it's ready to go and fire. So I'll have 100 of those bad boys. I'll probably only list maybe 60 of them at first, so I can keep a little private reserve, because I do that coin challenge on the Laser Everything Discord every month. I think this month I'm going to do mine on my titanium coin. I think that's a good coin to do the geometric pattern on, because I'm hoping that I can take some of the color from that some of the color settings that we got from that titanium plate that we did a couple live streams ago, and do a little bit of color to the geometric patterns on that and see what happens. So hopefully that'll happen. Yeah, the tape is dope. I probably talked too much about it. But I feel like if you are doing any kind of crafting, really, because my wife doesn't mess with lasers, but she uses rolls and rolls of that tape too. Probably because she doesn't have to pay for it. But she does just like, you know, everyday crafts and painting, and does a lot of stuff with like her Cricut and whatnot. So like she's not even a laser user, and she finds it super helpful in many different ways. So on top of that, there's me that uses it for legit everything. It's good for dialing in new lenses, which I just dialed in my 300 millimeter UV lens the other day. I got an f420 for like 50 something dollars off of AliExpress. And yeah, it came here and I really enjoy it. I think it's a really nice lens. I'm pretty happy with it. It's done a great job on everything. Well, no, not everything. It doesn't do great on glass because I only have a 5 watt. So my energy density with the f420 is just too low to do any substantial engraving on glass. I did get like some discoloration, and it made the glass really hot. But aside from that, no dice on engraving. In fact, it made the glass so hot that it broke when it cooled down. Wow. Yeah, so this was the spot that I did. I couldn't get it to where it would just engrave on the top. It would engrave on the bottom, or to engrave the top and the bottom. But yeah, it dumped so much heat into the glass that's what it did. It just shattered it. It was hot when I put it away. I didn't even notice that a little bit later it just popped and shattered the rest of the way. So yeah, I think the jury's out on that one. 300 millimeter lens or f420 lens on a 5 watt UV is not so bueno for glass. But that's okay, because that's not what I got it for. It does phenomenally on wood. Like I've been using it on several wood projects this past week, and every single one of them has turned out great. So that's more or less what I got it for. So I would have to say that all in all, I'm very pleased with the results, and I will continue using it for my wood projects. So if you are a 5 watt UV laser owner and you've heard you can't use a 300 lens on your 5 watt UV, it's not 100% true. It works excellently on wood. It's just not good for glass, which is one of the primary uses for UV lasers. So, I mean, you are losing some of the functionality of your laser by doing that, but it's also, you're gaining the ability to do much larger work areas. Obviously, the best job or best tool for the job would be like a nice CO2 galvo laser with a beam expander and a larger head, so that, for one, the UV dot is so small that you can go higher speeds, but you still have to really go with a tighter line interval than, say, a CO2 laser. So a CO2 galvo would whip through jobs in probably less than half the time that the UV would, because of that larger dot size. So, and you're gonna have like a 40 watt CO2, or maybe even like a 60 watt CO2. So it'll probably just do the job faster in general because of and it's hard to say, ooh, 5 watts for UV versus 40 watts for a CO2. But I think a higher wattage CO2 is just overall gonna get the job done faster due to the power and the size of the dot. So set up for the next one. let's see, is there any other news that I have? I got the safe. Gonna be doing my paperwork. I had a lady from a local tour guide, not like hunting guide, where they have like a property where they house people, take them out on hunts and stuff. It's a little bit north of here, but they hit me up a little while ago about some steak knives. They had bought some steak knives that they wanted their logo engraved on. And so she dropped them off through my mail slot because I wasn't here. I was working on my big laser at home. So she dropped them off, and then she just picked them up this past Wednesday. And she was really happy with it. And when she came inside, she saw some of the other stuff I can do. And again, because I want to do more than just these knives for her, I would like to build a good, strong relationship because it's another small, locally owned company. I'd like to build a relationship with them and be able to do work for them in the future. So I gave away 2 cups. I figured with them being like a hunting camp type thing, a coffee cup would probably be in order. So I gave them just a little $8 like Ozark, or not Ozark. I can't remember the name of the brand. It's a brand that they sell at Farm and Home. And it was like $8 for the cup. And I engraved their logo on it and gave it to her. And then I gave her a 20-ounce Amazon cup that I bought 6 of not too long ago. So I gave them those 2. And she was like, oh, I didn't know you could do cups. We do Yetis all the time with our logo on it. And I was like, well, you know who to go to for your next order. So again, and I hate to like sound preachy or just beat the same subject to death over and over again, but making those small investments, that's what I call it. I don't call it a giveaway or a gift. Making that small investment in building a little bit extra rapport with that customer will go a long way toward ensuring that you have a future relationship with them. So, like I said, I firmly believe you got to spend money to make money. And making that investment of, I don't know, I think it was we'll call it a $7 Amazon cup, and I think it was $7.49, so we'll call it $8 for that other coffee cup. So 7 plus 8, that's 15. I spent $15. Made money off of her for the job, but also gave back $15 just to say, hey, thanks, you know, and hopefully I'll see you again. And when I said that, I said, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to work with you, and hopefully we'll be able to do it again soon. She said, yeah, definitely. We're going to think of different projects and stuff that we can do with you. So I'd rather not have to rely on new customers coming in. I'd rather just really make my existing customers super happy and give them what they're looking for and go that extra mile and just keep those people coming back versus having to rely on new people who are unfamiliars. And I'll always take new customers, but I don't want to just keep cycling through new customers. I always want to have people come back, you know. Return business is a big thing. And the positive word of mouth in the small communities that we live in is always a good thing too. So if she's drinking Yetis all the time, she might not run around town with one of my coffee cups, but she might give it to somebody or set it out for display or give it to their secretary or whoever sits at the front desk to drink out of when people come in. Something like that, you know, who knows? Spread the word a little bit. And all right, I think I'm caught up on the cups. And if you guys are watching and you have like any ideas for like future live streams, This isn't always like the most fun stuff, just going through and cranking out work. And it's definitely not magnificent viewing, whatever. It's not the most entertaining stuff to watch. But if there is stuff in the future that you'd like to see, I'm down. Like, even if it's something off the wall that just seems like, why would I do that? I'll do it. I'll do it for the gram. I'll do it for, you know, my subscribers or people maybe even who aren't subscribed. If you want to see something. That whole titanium plate thing was just for fun, really. That superconductor coin was 100% for fun. I don't even know where that thing's at anymore. I think one of my kids got their grubby little fingers on it, but so we have 4 viewers now. Appreciate whoever it is that tuned in. Hopefully it's one of our regulars. Probably like Sam or Bunny just creeping. All right, so I finished cleaning up that first cup. And now with this one, we'll be done with our first dozen. That means we're like a quarter of the way through. And we've been running for almost 2 hours now. Holy crap. So it's almost 2 o'clock here. I might not get all the cups done today, but that's fine. I can come back Sunday or maybe even tomorrow evening. Get some snacks for the kiddos, throw a movie on, and crank through the rest of them. But I think the first, I don't know, half hour was just me yapping and updating everybody on what I've been up to and getting everything set up. As far as actual production, I don't think we've been really going for 2 hours. It's probably been like an hour and 10, hour and 15 minutes. So it's not terrible, but not great. All right. Let's get one cracked open and on there. No comments recently, so people are just listening probably. Which is probably what needs to be done because there's not really much to look at. I'm trying to think of interesting things to talk about. Oh, I could talk about that. I found a CO2 galvo laser on Facebook Marketplace. I'm still on the fence. I'm probably not going to buy it, but I'm still on the fence about it. It is a laser that I think is normally used for like manufacturing or medical purposes. It's a 20 or 25 watt CO2 galvo that's kind of an all-in-one. So basically I would have to bolt it to some sort of a surface and then have a table underneath it. It's not like our galvo machines because everything is in like one big long like 3 or 4 foot channel. And then the head's just attached straight to it. So it's, my best guess is it's probably about 20 years old because it is something that they bought as a backup. and then it just sat in the box because apparently they never needed the backup. And the company has either moved on to a different type of laser or gone out of business or something. So they're now selling a brand new in the box, unused 25 or 20-year-old laser for $500. And I'm like, dude, if this thing works, it's more than worth $500. If it doesn't work, I could sell the parts for it for way more than $500. Because I was looking online on eBay, they still sell parts for these things, and like a control card for that is going for like $750, $800. The Galvo on it's probably worth $1,000. But I can't see any reason other than the tube needing replaced. But the tube's like $1,000 too. So what did I do with my? There they are. So I don't know. I don't think it would be a waste of $500 if I were to pick it up. It's not an EasyCAD board, so it's definitely going to need its own software, which is called WinMark Pro. And it kind of has an EasyCAD 2 look to it, but it's not an EasyCAD software or an EasyCAD card. So it would require a whole new set of software, which doesn't look terribly bad. Like, it wouldn't handicap me too much. I mean, with a 25 watt CO2, I think the workspace on it is like 165 millimeters or something like that. So that's what, 6.5 inches, something like that. 4, 6, yeah, 6.5, 7 inches. So it's not terrible, but it would just basically be relegated to like flat woodwork and stuff like that. It's not like something that I'm going to do cups with or anything large scale. So I don't know. I'm still up in the air. $500, knowing that I could recoup that money easily by just putting the parts for sale. Might take a while, but I'm sure there are still people out there shopping for parts to those things, and if they see one for relatively low price, then they might snag it. Bronson said he's getting some cleaning in, making his office look nice. I need to re-clean mine, dude. That safe came in like shrink wrap and cardboard, and I had to unbox some other stuff to move it around with, and so I'm back to being a mess again after I had it all cleaned up. So I think I told the kids tomorrow we're going to clean out my car and vacuum it and wash it and all that, and then maybe after that, then we'll head to the office and finish these cups and do a little cleanup sesh. I think the dump closes at like 11 on weekends or 1 o'clock or something silly. They're only open for a very short amount of time on the weekends. And I don't have trash service here. So I got to pack everything up and take it to the dump when I do get rid of stuff like that. So Bronson's got his own office. It's pretty ballin', dude. Have your own office at your college. Seems to me like they're pretty invested in making sure that you're accommodated and successful. So hopefully that means that they'll go out of their way to make sure that you get that contract. because that would be dope. There's a college nearby here I should probably go hit up. It's just like a community college, but I think the biggest thing that stopped me is their school colors like red and yellow. And that's two colors I don't want to screw with. Does that make me sound lazy? Red's just a nightmare. Yellow's not any better. It can be fine. Maybe I'm just complaining. I've done red before. And it'll happen, but doing red over and over and over again just seems like risky biscuits. This new formula of tape that I've been using, they sent me some samples. It seems a little bit tackier than the stuff I had been using. So, but it's not like messy. Like it doesn't leave any residue. That was one thing that I didn't want to happen, which is why I had them send me samples. So the new version of it will be a little bit more sticky, but no more mess. When it gets lasered, the extra tackiness doesn't like create a mess on your substrate. It doesn't any of that. It still burns really well. It still peels really well. It still cleans really well. It's just a little bit tackier. So I don't know. They just probably use a slightly different formula of glue because it's a different factory. I actually got in touch with the guy that I used to order from. And after it was like when I had already placed the original replacement order. So I don't know. We'll see how this shipment goes and how everything goes. And I might go back to the old guy. If people respond well to this new batch, then I might stick with the new guy. We'll see. I don't know. We got options though. They've been the ones set me up with the right people to get it, hopefully though. Well, yeah, there you go. I mean, you're going to college for Pete's sake. The whole thing is to make sure you're successful, right? And you're doing like business stuff, aren't you? So it just seems like naturally they'd want to develop you. And if they're giving one of their students money, then it's like they're super highly likely to get that money back anyhow, right? Got to pay that tuition somehow. All right. So got a nice little easy Friday afternoon. Back down to 3 viewers, so whoever November 4 was is probably gone now. Hopefully I didn't bore you to death. Hopefully I'm not boring you to death. But yeah, that little 20, 25 watt CO2 is kind of enticing. And $500 for a new laser. Well, I mean, it is a new laser. It'd be a new laser. It'd be a new to me laser, and a brand new in the box laser. Kind of an interesting proposition, and kind of a cool, like, I don't know, a cool project. Getting this thing up and running and set up properly and learning the new software. Maybe that would be kind of cool for views. Because this thing was definitely made before normal people just had lasers, you know? Like, that's a pretty new thing. Like, your average civilian just owning freaking lasers is not something that was commonplace 20 years ago. Like, you had to, well, you didn't have to be, but the odds were if you spent that kind of money, you were probably like a school or some sort of a research department of some sort or a giant corporation, because lasers aren't cheap. And 20 years ago, they were much less cheap. Wow. Bronson's getting paid to do speeches now. I'm going to start calling you Hillary Clinton. Bronson made $1,000 for doing a "What I Did This Summer" speech. Hey, look, it's Kyle. What's up, brother? How you been, dude? Yeah, Bronson is getting that dough, dude. That's crazy. Good for him, man. I wish I was as squared away as him when I was a kid. I guess I was just lucky there was a military for me to go hide in while I did some maturing and learning. Because if they'd have just let me loose on the world, man, there'd have been some trouble. Big trouble in Little China, you know what I'm saying? Oh, dang, Kyle, you were sick? I'm sorry, bro. Hopefully you're feeling better. I did notice your online presence was a little bit lower than usual. So I guess I should have figured, but I know sometimes we go through spurts. Ebbs and flows, right? I know, like, when my family was here and stuff like that, I hardly ever logged in on anything. Squared away my butt, dude. I got so many things I got to figure out. Yeah. Nah, you're a good kid, dude. I was really impressed when you came to visit. Like, yeah, you got stuff to figure out, but that's all of us, man. I'm 44, 43, 40 something. I'm in my 40s and still trying to figure out how old I am, bro. You're doing good. Oh yeah, that came clean. That coffee cup I did for that lady the other day, it had a real different kind of coating on it. Like, most powder coats kind of smooth. This stuff was like textured, like very, like almost gritty. Like, it felt good in the hand, like it wasn't rough like sandpaper, but it had like some texturing to it that felt like grippy. And when I lasered it, it lasered odd. It didn't burn quite as easily as black normally does. And when I went to clean it up, it wasn't wanting to clean up. And normally what I'll do is, if there's like little streaks or something weird that won't come off, I have some wooden toothpicks here that I'll use to kind of like dig away in areas of the powder coat if there's just like some residue that won't come off with a soft sponge. Because the toothpick won't damage the metal or anything. So it works really well. And I use that, and even that like would not take off the residue that was left on the cup. So that stuff was some hardcore stuff. And for $7, I'm thinking that might be worth it. They just come with crappy lids on them. It has like a flip top lid that has a straw hole in the middle of it as well. So it's like not what I would call spill proof. I mean, honestly, no cup's really quote unquote spill proof. But at least like these RTICs, the lid screws on, and then when you snap the flip top shut, like, it's secure. So it may not be spill proof, but it's going to be maybe a couple drops get out. Whereas with that straw hole, even though it's like a silicone straw hole, so it's probably not going to let it gush through, but it's not going to stop it too. So I don't know, who really wants that? I've knocked over more than my fair share of coffee cups in my day, and I don't want to make a mess. Boom. So that is cup number 18. We're almost through our first box. How long do we got to cash checks? I got some I forgot about from July. Most checks from like banks and stuff, like if it's a bank or what are those people called? Finance people that comptroller, I think is what they call them. But like the finance people for a company, normally it'll be 90 days as a minimum. So you should still be inside that window. Hopefully 3 months, that'd be till October. Yeah, so you should still be inside that window if it's a 90-day thing. Like government checks are, I think, like a year. So if you get something from the government, usually it's good for a year from the issue date. So you have usually a bare minimum of 90 days. I don't think I've really seen anything lower than that ever. Oh, your blue cup was like that? Was that a JDS cup or an Amazon cup? I don't remember. Or JPP Plus, JP Plus, Element OP. Kyle agrees 90 days is pretty good. Yeah, I think that's pretty general as a minimum. So yeah, quit freaking procrastinating and get that money, dog. Bronson's so rich, he doesn't even need to cash checks. He just keeps them as receipts. Was it that Domicare? Was it that brand, Kyle? Or was it like super generic? Because I've used Domicare. It's like Domicare off of Amazon before, and their powder coat was really different from all the other generic Amazon ones that I got too. Like I'd done blue before, navy blue, and navy blue usually is like a couple percent higher on power than black, and that's really all I've had to really do. But even their navy blue was like rough, dude. I don't know what the deal was, what their formula is, but it just did not like to engrave. Oh, okay, gotcha. That's one of the things I've been messing with. I guess, Kyle, you probably haven't been around for all the news. I started off the live stream saying that just giving some updates and whatnot. This order is for like one of my oldest customers. It's for the coffee shop. And I meant to do it earlier in the week, but kind of got tied up doing some other stuff. I bought a safe, and I've made contact and gotten approval from all of the people that I need to in order to get my application submitted for my FFL. Yesterday, I spent a good chunk of the afternoon, doggone it, I'm going to break that bottle today. Yesterday, I spent a good chunk of the afternoon filling out the paperwork and heard back from the last of the people today. So Monday, I will be getting my packet into the ATF so that I can hopefully get approved for an FFL. So one of the other things I've been kicking around is if I'm going to be doing laser engraving on guns, then I should probably be prepared to do coatings on guns. So in my Amazon cart right now is a Cerakote starter kit for their C series, which is a cold series. You don't have to bake it, which makes the prep work way more important. And then it has like a 5-day cure. So it takes a lot longer to cure, but I don't have to run an oven. So that's kind of a plus. And then I have a 20-gallon, 2-horsepower California Air Tools compressor that is actually a lot better priced than I thought it was going to be. Should do a video. Oh yeah, for sure. I will. Yeah, that's part of the plan. Once it's all done with, like doing an experience type thing, like saying, hey, you know, I opened up this video by saying, you know, essentially if you're into laser engraving and you want to do firearms, the only way to legally do it and responsibly do it is to get your FFL. So yeah, I'll drive home that point and then also go through how it was for the process and share that with the community for sure. Because I know for a fact there are people out there that are like circumventing it or thinking they have loopholes or thinking that nobody's watching, and it just takes that one time, dude. You get the wrong person and boom. Or God forbid a job goes sideways. Somebody's unhappy with your work and they retaliate, you know? Like, if this is your business and your livelihood, or here's an idea, or if you don't have an LLC established, so you're just working out of your garage and you screw up somebody's gun that you're financially liable for and you're not licensed to be working on guns and they report you, your personal liability for that could be immense. Want to get an FFL, but you're not 21 yet? Yeah, for sure, dude. Yeah, anything with a serial is a no-no. Yeah, absolutely. Or anything that should have a serial. So even if it's not a serialized part, if it should be a serialized part, like somebody's 80% lower or something like that, then you're in that gray area and you could be in some deep doo-doo if you step in the wrong puddle, you know? So it's just for like liability's sake, don't do it. Go through the right process. It's $200. You know, I did spend $600-700 on a safe, but I bought more safe than I probably needed. There were plenty of used safes if I really wanted to drive and save money, but I didn't really want to do that. And joke's on the government. I bought that safe with some money they sent me back for something I overpaid. So it's basically a free safe. Yeah, when you're 21, Bronson, you can get your FFL. Keep your nose clean. You can get like a private residence approved for an FFL, especially if you're not located inside the city. It's a lot easier if you're out like in county area, because like zoning in the county is different. You don't have to have like quite, I think, the zoning setup as you do inside the city. So you can get approved for like doing some stuff out of your private residence until you get an established address. I might get into eventually trying to expand into doing like some sales. I don't know. I think I'm going to stick with doing the engraving now. And then, I don't know if people want to do like special orders or something like that. Maybe I can get my hands on some stuff. I definitely don't want to, like, especially with the location I'm in, I don't want to carry any inventory or anything like that. I thought about paying the tax stamp to do suppressors. That's an extra $500. I don't know if I want to spend that right now, but like I had a kid hit me up, somebody locally who had built a suppressor, and one of the requirements with the paperwork that he had filled out through the ATF is that it had to have like their name, the caliber, and then a special serial number that was assigned to it. And that had to be engraved no less than like 0.003 into the metal and no smaller than like 1/18 of an inch or something like that in character height. So it was something that made me think, hey, maybe I wouldn't have to pass up work if I had the right license for it. Yeah, I don't know what the laws are with schools, if you have to be a certain distance away from schools, but yeah, I would imagine that would be an issue, especially in today's world. Probably don't want to open a gun store right next to a school, unless you're giving the teachers like 25% off or something. I don't know. Even that'll piss off people. Don't give teachers guns. So yeah, I'm gonna, God, I got sidetracked again. The Cerakote stuff. So the reason I even thought of the Cerakote thing was because Kyle mentioned like mess ups on cups and stuff. And I was thinking, shoot, if I, in the future, mess up a cup, I could probably just give it a little bath in some paint thinner and let all of the paint or powder coat just seep off of the bare metal, and then soak it in some acetone and re-Cerakote the metal and not have to waste an entire cup, especially if it's an expensive cup like a Yeti. And then, hey, I could have a Yeti that's a custom color and charge people extra money for it because it's a Cerakoted cup with a custom color that nobody else's Yeti is going to look like. So that was the thought. Use the Cerakote to save me some money on Yetis. Because as I'm speaking, I'm looking at two Yetis right now that, one, I burnt the powder coat on trying to get through, and the other one I screwed up by putting the wrong diameter on the cup. So when it went to go through, it scanned too far. So yay, wasted Yetis. Yeah, local approvals. It's going to be like when I called the zoning office yesterday, and the lady said I was going to have to talk to the boss guy, and he called me back this morning and left me a message because I was showering. And he was like, yeah, it's no problem. I talked to the police chief. He just said that you need to turn in your paperwork to him, which I just have to hand him a copy of the form that I'm submitting to the ATF. And the city will check where I'm set up and make sure that zoning is appropriate. And I would imagine if if you were like immediately next to or too close to a school, that would probably pop up, and the zoning guy might give you the thumbs down. So there is definitely somebody involved in the process that has to approve your location in order to get approved. So the zoning guy seemed like he was pretty familiar with the process, or at least knew about the process. So I'm sure whoever you contact will have some experience too, unless they're brand new. Because they're not really that uncommon. There are a lot of people that have them that don't even use them. There is a category for like collectors where you can have an FFL to run a gun collection or a museum or something like that. So that might be what some of it is people that have collections that they want to display and be able to safely transport and legally transport. So they get a FFL. Possibility of events. Very well said, Kyle. Very well said. All right, so we're almost done with the first case. It's about 2:30. We're cruising along. I was thinking about stopping to grab some food, but maybe I'll just keep on keeping on and see if we can't make it through both cases before 5 o'clock. I don't know if I have a hard out today at 5 o'clock or if my wife is going to get up and get the kids. But she had to work last night and she's been kind of tired. So she might want to sleep in. I'm not quite sure. But it was Friday and I was like, hey, maybe I'll just go grab a bite to eat. There's a spot down by the river now that has pretty decent food. Oh, hey, look, it's Gretch. What's up, Gretch? Thanks for tuning in today. We're not doing anything super fun or exciting. It's just kind of it's a cup day. So what you're looking at is my, I could probably just reduce the light burn screen because nobody's really looking at it. Boom, it's just my little iPhone setup looking at the cups. I have a client that's one of my first customers. We're doing 48 RTIC cups for her. That's her brand of preference. So every year around this time, and sometimes in the spring too, she'll hit me up for a few cases. She said 2 this time with the possibility of a 3rd once we get closer to the holidays. We'll see. I tried pitching a special holiday edition cup to her last year, but they had a lot going on. And they put the kibosh on any special projects or anything like that in the 4th quarter, aside from the normal cup order. So delivery food? Nah, I'm good, bro. I'm so used to going long periods of time without eating. I haven't fasted in a while, but normally I won't even eat until 3, 4, 5 o'clock. It's just sometimes I like to treat myself. No sense in breaking my productivity to do something silly like eat. Jeez. Hey, look, Mickey's here. What size lens are you using without the rotary? It's a 300 f420. So Last year I picked up this lens about this time actually. About this time of year, it was right before LBX. I bought a lens on a good deal and I ended up giving that one to Bronson. Well, actually he bought it from me, I'm sorry. And then I picked up another lens because I knew I was going to give the other one to Bronson. I think I paid $30, somewhere around there, for this f420. And I have used the piss out of this lens on both my 30 watt and 50 watt lasers. And it's just been nothing but perfect. So I'm happy with it. I wish I could get another lens like the one Bronson has. I'm pretty sure that one's a Ronar. It came with a Ronar Smith lens cover on it. But you know, China. So I wasn't really convinced. But then when I got this 50 watt laser, it came with a second lens that had a Ronar Smith cover on it and the same exact stickers and stuff that I got. And the lady said she spent several $100s on it. So oopsies. So yeah, I think I ultimately got a really good deal on that friggin' lens. And then Bronson got a really good deal on that lens because it's a good lens. So yeah, we're just running cylinder correction today. The settings are a little bit slower than I'd like. I'd like to trim off maybe about 30, 40 seconds, but I found good settings. I had good settings before, but something got screwed up with my file. So I had to find good settings again. And these are decent settings. It's kicking the cup out in 2 minutes and 37 seconds, which is a bit slow because I'm finishing cleaning up these cups and waiting on the next cup instead of having it timed perfectly where I can clean the cup up, repackage it, and then the next cup is ready to rock. So if I could speed it up just a tad, I would, but I don't have any extra cups for an oopsie today. So I'm just gonna play it safe and chew up a little bit of time. Yeah, Ronar Smith is pretty sweet and they're pretty pricey too, but their quality, like they're genuine OPEX lenses. So it's nice to have. I need to buy a different adapter that's just, I think, 10 millimeters shorter so that I can use that Ronar Smith. I mean, I don't have to because I think it's a redundant lens, but I don't know, it's a sweet lens and I hate to not use it, but que sera, sera, maybe I'd sell it. Pass on the savings. Because it is a f254 175 millimeter lens. And I already have, I think, a 170, 160, something like that. So yeah, 150 is a good size lens. It's a good intermediate. You went a little smaller on your first two than most people. Well, I shouldn't even say most people. A lot of people. And what I recommend typically too is I usually tell people no matter what power laser they get, if they get unless it's a 20 watt then maybe, but if they get like a 110, a 200, and a 300, it gives them enough wiggle room. 70 is pretty small, but I mean, shoot, that thing's probably a gosh darn lightsaber when you're using it on stuff, so that's good. But that's a good range though. 70, 50, and 300, or 150 and 300. I almost bought a 70 millimeter the other day. They had them on sale, but I had just bought that 300 millimeter for my UV. So I was like, I better hold off. No sense in spending all my free money in one shot, thanks to the government. You working on your coin design, Mickey? We got to get you in here for September. I really do appreciate your participation. You've been awesome. Like 2-3 months in a row, right? Gretch, you still hanging around? What are you up to today? Besides watching me. Hopefully something fun. It's Friday. And what about you, Mickey? What you got going on today? Anything fun? Any cool projects? All right, we're almost done with our 24th cup. Still here, bro. Chainsaw this tree down today. Hey, that's fun. Hanging out, just replaced my kitchen window AC. Nice. You live someplace where you're going to need it year round, or is it pretty much the end of AC season for you? Because I know here, it was like, man, low to mid 70s for a string of days. I didn't even use my AC for like a week. And then bam, it was back into the high 80s again. Orlando, Florida. So you are using your air conditioning year round. Enough said. My sister lives near Orlando. Her husband and her son both work at Disney World. I can't remember the name of the town she lives in. They're about 20, 30 minutes away, I think, from Orlando. They have a beautiful house out there. Nice property. Got some nice, beautiful crocodile or alligator ponds right next to their house. This crazy lady, she went and got scuba certified in a lake in Florida. And I was like, are you crazy? Like, you just trying to freaking become alligator bait. She's like, well, there was a sign up. So I don't think alligators can read signs. It's like, you got an ocean nearby. Why are you scuba diving in a lake in Florida? I'd feel 1,000% safer in the ocean. I live about 20 miles away from Disney. Nice. Yeah, we're going to have to make a trip down there. We wanted to this fall, but my daughter's boyfriend got a new job with CAL FIRE. And so they're not going to be able to take the vacation because he just started. And so we're going to push it back a year, I think. But definitely we're going to head down there, see my older sister, check out Florida. I've never been to Florida. I mean, I think I've been to like the Orlando airport or Miami airport. No, actually, no. I think we flew, when we went to the Dominican Republic, we flew from like Dulles or something down to the DR. So I don't even think I've stepped foot in Florida. So go check it out, spend some time, see Disney. My youngest is a Moana freak. He's watched that movie about 10,000 times. It used to be just on loop in his room. And man, so he wants to go see the Moana sites and the water attraction that they have there. That's like fountains and ponds or pools or whatever. Hot and humid, yeah, yep. I bet. It gets pretty humid here. We live right on the Mississippi, but I think in Florida, I think the humidity is just a different level. It was pretty rough in San Antonio too when I was in the military. Let's see, where's my knife? I really do appreciate you guys hanging out. I know this isn't super intriguing stuff, but it's cool to have you along for the ride and have somebody to chit chat with when I'm doing this monotonous work. Because cups are a lot of things. They're a money maker. They're not fun. So, anywho's it. We got one case down already, guys. So we should be done with this before too terribly long. And just like I predicted, I knocked the water bottle over enough times that it's now a convertible. But it still works, so hey, yay for me. If you guys have any questions at all, feel free. Shoot, now that Kyle's here, we've got a pretty good spectrum of experience and knowledge. And again, if you guys have any ideas on live streams you'd like to see, if you have something that you don't know if it's possible and you don't want to spend the time or money to try it out, or if you think it's something that would be cool but you don't have the laser to do it with, or whatever. If there's something you want to see, just for shits and giggles even, just let me know. I'll do it. I promise. Well, I can't promise I'll do it, but I'll consider doing it at least, with a high likelihood of me doing it, because I'm always down for trying new things. Most of the stuff I do with the laser nowadays, I didn't know how to do before, thinking, hey, I wonder if I can do that. And then now I know how to do it. The Lego jig works out really nicely. I just don't hit it with the laser. So Kyle doesn't have to go through his ABS spiel. Yes, I know it releases cyanide and benzene. Anybody in chat have any experience with Cerakote? Spraying it? Oh, what's Bronson say? I'm back. Sorry about that. Don't apologize, bro. You're a busy college kid. Trying to do big things, man. Don't apologize for stepping out on my silly little live stream. I'm just glad you're here, bro. Glad you can make it. I'm just looking forward to your live stream with tumblers. Hopefully you'll be loading 6 at a time or 12 or whatever it was you were telling me about. Some ridiculous number. No, but since you said there's a cold version, it's now in my Amazon cart. Yeah, dude, it's I've heard some people say it's slightly less durable, but I just watched a guy, he did this video a couple years ago, I think, but I just watched it the other day because I was trying to figure out whether or not I really wanted to go with the cold or just go for the hot. And this guy he sprayed a coat onto like a stainless steel or aluminum metal bracket, and he poured gasoline on it, he poured acetone on it, he poured brake fluid on it. Like he sanded it, and it just took it like a champ. Like there was no real discoloration or peeling or anything like that from all that abuse. And then he took a hammer and just smacked it a couple times, and then like put it up at an angle and smacked it at an angle, and it kind of went through in a couple spots. But other than that, like just it took it like a champ. And if you're beating on stuff with a hammer, I mean, Cerakote's just not going to hold up, period, probably. So I don't think it matters if it's a cold or hot formula. So that was pretty cool. So yeah, I think I'm just going to go with that and try it out. I'm going to do like a DIY spray booth and figure out some airflow stuff so that I don't get Cerakote all over everything and breathe in that stuff. So it'll be interesting. That'll probably be a video in the future too, you know. Off to fight with that tree. Thanks for showing up, Gretch. I appreciate it. Is that powder coating? Is spray coating? It's a solvent-based thing. So it's like spray paint, but it's a ceramic coating. So yeah, it's not like powder coating. Because I think with powder coating you have to like negatively charge the item or something like that, so that when you spray it on, it like connects and then bake it. But with this, you just spray it on like you would spray paint, and then the cold stuff you just let sit. The hot stuff you let sit for a couple, and then you throw it in an oven and bake it at like 400 degrees for a while. The cold stuff, I think it has a longer cure time, so you just let it cure for the 5 days and it holds up well. I think most of the negative reviews that people give it is like they're using it on their guns, and I don't care what you spray on polymer, it's only going to be as good as the substrate that you're spraying it on. So if you're spraying it on, you know, a piece of steel, its durability is going to be higher because it's a piece of steel that it's sprayed on. If it's sprayed on polymer and then you drop your gun, well, the polymer is going to take a hit and it's going to deform, and then that Cerakote, you can't really expect for it to hang on. So I think some of the negative reviews are maybe not giving it a fair shake based on the substrate that they sprayed it on. So if it's just slightly less durable and people aren't throwing their stuff around, I think it'll be good. There's people that do motorcycle parts and suspension pieces and stuff like that. So I want to try it on some of my SLS 3D printer parts. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. I've seen people do some really cool stuff with like Cerakote layers. So they'll paint something several different colors and then laser off different layers of it to give an effect. So that'd be kind of tight. PMags would be kind of cool. I'll be streaming, I don't know, dude. I have 18 cups after these 6. So I'm on cup 3 out of 24 before I wrap it up. And then I'll probably wrap up the stream at that point. So I'm at least another hour, hour and a half before I'm done. Probably somewhere in that neighborhood. DT20 rotary. Which one's that? Is that the... Oh, the D120. That big boy. Yeah, that's... Dude, I love those rotaries. I don't know how people get by with like the 80s. It blows my mind. I was actually doing coffee cups with those the other day. The other coffee shop in town I do work for, he gave me some ceramic coffee mugs. And I did a bunch of them and then moved. And somewhere in the move, I apparently misplaced a couple boxes. So I have 12 of his coffee mugs that I need to wrap up. So I brought those over, and I'll be knocking those out probably next week after I'm done with all these cups and get them delivered. It's where's the cup at? Oh, here it is. So when I first got my 30-watt fiber, I really didn't have any luck with ceramics. But on this cup here, I don't know how well you can see, but with the f380 lens, which is a 250 millimeter, the one that Kyle tipped me off on, with that f380 lens, I'm actually able to overcome the curvature of that cup and do a flat engrave or a cylinder correction engraving on it. And it actually shits and gets on that thing, dude. So I don't know if I maybe just tried doing ceramic too early in my laser journey and didn't get any results because I was using like bad settings or something. Because that was probably one of the first things I tried doing on the fiber laser. Didn't have success and just moved on and never really retried it. So I was doing 2-hour engravings with my diode laser to get those cups that I just showed you, that logo. I was having to run my 10-watt diode at like 80% for 2.5 hours to get that engraving done. And now I can do it in like 2.5 minutes with the 50-watt fiber and that 250 millimeter lens. So that's going to be a real big lifesaver for me because, God, I don't want to spend that kind of time ever again on one cup. But it was something I told him I could do and tried for him and got success. And so I did some for him, but 2.5 hours is so long for one cup. Like literally taking an entire day to run 6 cups. So All right. Just cruising along. Wanted to be able to play some music, but Amazon's quote unquote free use or royalty free music sucks. It's all Halloween music right now. So, or spooky horror music. Not trying to get copyright strikes. All because I was jamming out to Alicia Keys on a Friday afternoon. I don't know why, but I've been on like a 2000s R&B jam lately. It's like when I'm at home cooking and cleaning and stuff. It's like Jay-Z and Alicia Keys and Usher. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What do you guys listen to when you laser? Mickey probably listens to like John Denver. Oh, I don't even know why I said that. It was just a random thought. Kyle listens to the B-52s. Rock Lobster. Audiobooks and podcasts, some music. Yeah, I tend to listen to a lot of podcasts too. It's been a while since I hit any audiobooks, but I do like me some podcasts. One of my favorites to listen to, I have to keep an eye out for customers, but it's called Kill Tony. It's a comedy podcast that they do live from Austin every Monday. It has Tony Hinchcliffe, who you probably recognize from if you watched the Roast of Tom Brady on Netflix recently. But he's been on like all the roasts. He used to write for comedians and comedy shows and stuff, but he did this live show. He started in Los Angeles, but now they do it in Austin. But basically, they have a bucket that people who are like amateur comedians put their names in, and they draw names from the bucket, and whoever gets pulled gets 60 seconds uninterrupted of comedy. So they have to do a 60-second set, and then at the end they get cut off if they start running too long. And then they do like an interview and stuff afterward to learn about the person and see what kind of things they're into or whatever. And it's just funny because you can see some people that have been doing comedy for their very first time on that show, or people who've been doing it for like years, if not decades, that just want to go on and show off. So, and then they have like popular comedians as guests. The thong song. Hey, it is Friday. Friday, Friday. Gotta get up on Friday. If anything, I'll get banned for my bad singing. Yeah, it's a cool show. Like, Tony's a roaster, so like he will he'll definitely go after people if they have like a weakness and just roast the shit out of them. Or if they have like a really bad set, he'll just roast them. But like he'll give them a fair shake usually too, but just throw out some jabs. But it's funny. It's good to see comedy. I love comedy. I've loved stand-up comedy since, man, I think the first actual stand-up comedy show I ever watched was Dave Chappelle Killing Him Softly on like Comedy Central back in the early 2000s. And then ever since then, I've just been hooked. So stand-up comedy is one of my favorite things in the world. I've seen Louis Black, who used to be on The Daily Show. He was the real angry guy that always yelled. He's also, I think he voices Anger in Inside Out, that cartoon that Disney did. But seen him live. Went to Salem, Oregon for that one when we lived in Cali. Stayed at the same hotel he did and ran into him in the elevator actually too. It was kind of cool. He did a really good show. That was a good show. The Daily Show? Yeah, I love that show. They have their obvious political leanings, but for the most part, I think they did a pretty good job at busting everybody's balls. Unlike nowadays, where it just seems like another propaganda machine, but... That was back when you could actually have funny stuff on TV because nobody cared. Comedy Central, I'm still shocked they do. I think they still have South Park, right? I think that's pretty much the one thing keeping them afloat. But that might be on like Paramount Plus now or something. I want to say Comedy Central went out of business, but I don't know. Hey, good luck with your little nerd meeting. No, I'm just kidding, bro. Good luck with your entrepreneur group, dude. It's cool that you got other like-minded individuals to hang out with. Hang out with those kids, not the stoners. They'll keep you on the straight and narrow. Yeah, Mind of Mencia was kind of cool until the whole world found out that Carlos Mencia was a joke thief. He was Amy Schumer before Amy Schumer was Amy Schumer. But, yeah. There's been a lot of good comedy. And right now, kind of with Netflix, I think Netflix actually picked up that Kill Tony show. I think they're going to be showing Kill Tony on Netflix Live or something like that. I'm not quite sure what the details are on it, but it will be on Netflix. But shoot, Netflix, they just did the Joe Rogan stand-up special live. So he performed live on Netflix for his performance, and then they recorded it and aired it later too. So you can still stream it, but I think they're going to start doing that with a lot more people. Is giving them live events on Netflix and then you just air it later if you missed it. I think they did that with the Tom Brady roast too. So like, I don't know, right now seems like one of the golden ages for comedy where you can see some really good comedians and some really bad comedians. But there's pretty much something for everybody nowadays. It's kind of cool because there'll be like, in the same show on Kill Tony, you'll see like somebody who's obviously very conservative, like a cowboy in Texas, and then they had like a black trans guy up, and they did a great job on the comedy too. So it's like you get to see a good diversity of people just in one show, representing like literally the whole spectrum. And when I say that, I mean like the whole spectrum. But if vulgarity and sometimes brash comedy isn't your thing, then probably don't watch it. Because there's definitely some of that. Oh, Gabriel Iglesias is good, man. Yeah. And he's pretty squeaky clean, too. Like, you don't really see or hear a lot of like off-color stuff from him. He's just like him and like Jim Gaffigan. Jim Gaffigan is like one of the best like clean comics. Like he doesn't stray from that squeaky clean image, but he's like genuinely funny. One of my favorite bits of his is He's talking about how he has got like 3 kids. And he's like, and if nobody here has 3 kids and you wonder what it's like, just imagine you have 2 kids and you're drowning and somebody hands you another kid. I didn't do his bit justice, but it's funny. Yeah, it's cool because I mean, there's a on YouTube. If you look up dry bar comedy, it's all like clean cut, no swear words comedy, and like really top notch funny people go on there, and they do a great job and they kill. Like they're genuinely funny without having to be offensive to some people. So. It's not a must. You don't have to curse and tell dick and fart jokes, but some people are really good at it. And some people are really good at not doing that. So there's something for everybody nowadays. All right, so we are 6 down, 18 to go. I think Kyle mentioned Blue Collar Comedy Tour. That was another one of my first examples or introductions. So I think that was right around the same time Chappelle dropped his first special. Sorry, it's kind of warm in here today. Blue Collar Comedy Tour had some killers on there, dude. Jeff Foxworthy, that Bill Engvall guy. Larry the Cable Guy, not really so much known for his stand-up as his funny movies, but like he made it big. And then Ron White, shoot, he's like 95 years old doing comedy still in Austin, Texas. Richard Pryor, yeah, he's one of the greats, man. Robin Williams was one that was like, you see all of his movies and it was like, you know, Miss Doubtfire and Hook and all those like family oriented movies, and then you watch his stand up and you're just like, huh? Same thing with Bob Saget. I guess he was, back when he was still around, he was still freaking like, if you didn't realize, or if you didn't know that Danny from Full House had a mouth on him and you watched his show, you might be a little bit surprised. Of course, he kind of showed some of that off in, what was it, Dumb and Dumber? So, it might not have been a total surprise. Andrew Dice Clay, the Dice Man. Yeah, there are definitely some great comedians from like the 70s, 80s, and 90s. It just wasn't as mainstream, I think, as it is today. Like back then, you might have a couple comedy specials a year released, you know, and that'd be like a good year. And nowadays, it's like every week it seems like somebody's putting something out. Which is good, because, I mean, we could all use a good laugh sometimes. I've used it to stay awake during long drives, too. Like when it's nighttime and I'm trying to finish the last leg of a drive and the wife's asleep and the kids are all asleep and those lines are starting to blur on the highway. It's nice to just turn on some comedy because it's hard to fall asleep when you're laughing. So quick question for everybody in chat. What's the largest cup order you've ever done? I want to see some crazy numbers. I think at one time so far it's just been 48 for me. I did do 48 last year for these same people, and then pretty quickly afterward they ordered another 24, but pretty sure 48 at one time so far. Hopefully that'll go up because I need to go start hitting up some schools now that school's in full swing. Some booster clubs and PTAs. If you're looking for ideas on ways to make your business bigger, schools, man, they're always spending money and they're always trying to raise money too. So help them. Help them spend money and make money. There's a lady with one of the local schools I'll be working with for Christmas ornaments here very soon. We're going to do a couple hundred glass, round, flat Christmas ornaments with their school logo on it. And then I think it's for like the Art Booster Club or something like that. So it's going to have like a certain saying or something on them. I don't exactly remember because this was something we started almost a year ago. Grew up watching Dean Martin. Oh, okay. A lot of people wouldn't understand some of the jokes unless you're around during that time. Yeah, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to kind of relate to some of those things because that is a while ago. But for the most part, a lot of comedians do a good enough job at how they structure the joke that it should stand up to time. But sometimes it doesn't, which that's fine too. I think back in the 70s and whatnot, I don't think they really thought that people in 2024 were going to be watching their stuff, you know? Hey, Mr. Yuri's here. We have a minimum for wholesale pricing, so it's easier to sell 24, 36, 72 mugs at a time. Yep. Yeah, I agree. I have a feeling, Yuri, you do a lot more business to business type stuff. Like most of your clients are like other organizations, probably more of that and substantially less of like the person off the street, right? Or am I off base? And thank you for making it in, Mr. Yuri. I appreciate that, man. It's good to see you. Throw some gloves on. Whew. I noticed after the first 20 or so cups I did, my gloves were, from being stretched by the adhesive and exposure to the degreaser, it just kind of, they lost their elasticity. So peeled them off a few minutes ago to throw a new pair on. I gotta squeeze my hands into these extra larges, and so if I don't let my hands dry off before I try putting these bad boys on, it's just an act of futility. Yuri, what are you up to today, man? Doing some wild 3D printing or something? I'm gonna have to screenshot some part of this, advertise to social media, and maybe clip it too. That's one thing I'm terrible at. I am so bad at social media, and I need to get better because that's just part of life nowadays. And it's funny because I see businesses that are run by, you know, generations of people, and you got people who are in like their 50s trying to run social media campaigns. And it's cute. And it's cool that, you know, they usually have, the one company I'm thinking of in particular, they usually have like their younger co-workers in the video, but it's, you know, run by the older guy. So I think there's like a secret part of me that doesn't want to be that guy. So I avoid posting too much on social media, but I definitely need to leverage it a little bit better. I worked for TSA for about 14 years and went through a lot of gloves. Oh, I bet. Yeah, gloves and damp hands, man, just doesn't work. Etsy is 60 to 70% and word of mouth and return clients' weddings for glass. Nice, very cool. How long have you been on Etsy, Yuri? I was just watching a video yesterday. I talked about it earlier at the start of the live stream, but I was watching a video the other day of this guy. I think his YouTube channel is like JH Custom Engraving or something like that, or Custom Designs. I have to look it up and put it in the description because dude runs a pretty good channel. He's just now getting started, and you know he's up to like I think almost 1,000 followers now because he does a lot better job at posting stuff regularly than I do. But he did a video kind of talking about like Etsy and how if you're new to laser engraving, because I guess he got a lot of like inquiries from people and like phone calls and emails and stuff from people that got started or are getting started with their laser engraving journey. And he's like, you know, if you're just getting started with laser engraving and you want to buy 1,000 of something and try to sell it on Etsy, you just kind of need to like temper your expectations, because essentially when you go online to like Etsy nowadays, there's so much competition and it's hard to separate yourself from everybody else, especially if you're just doing the same stuff everybody else is doing. So I'm just curious how long Yuri's been at it and what kind of a head start he might have had, or if it's something recent and he's found success with it, because Etsy is a tough thing to get into. Hey, what's up, Gearant? Glad you made it, dude. Yeah, I got in and shared my 2 cents on it about how people will go online to like scratch and claw and fight for just crumbs, but they overlook the fact that there's probably some really good, reliable sources of income right where they live. So figuring out how to make your own XY table, ooh, good luck with that, man. A lot of precision machining involved, isn't it? Got to get those holes drilled. Make sure everything's all threaded up. I mean, it's probably not as hard as I imagined, but it doesn't sound fun. Yeah, Kyle, he has an XY table. It's just that it's larger than he thought, and he has an enclosure that he's working with too. I think is what I saw on Discord. So he needs a slightly smaller than standard X table to fit inside his enclosure. And Mr. Etheridge is here. Hey, what's up, dude? What's up, buds? Working from home myself. Got my laser tape delivery and bonus stainless steel bottle openers. Thanks, Billy Anthony. You're welcome, man. You're very welcome. Thank you, as a matter of fact. I really appreciate anybody and everybody that goes to beamituplasertape.com. Banana in the tailpipe. So yeah, I'm just doing the grind on some cups today, man. Trying to get this 48 cup order done so I can deliver it maybe Monday. It's 3:18 where I'm at, so that means I got an hour and a half to do 12 plus 3 more, 15 more cups. We got plenty of time, dude. We got plenty of time. This is nothing. It's probably not the fastest I've ever knocked out this many cups, but the first time I've knocked them all out in one shot. Hey, Christina's back. How's it going, Christina? Hello from Oregon. I was just talking about Oregon. I went to go see Lewis Black do stand-up comedy in Salem. I still get emails from the place we went to, like the Elsinore Theater or something like that in Salem, Oregon. Using Legos is brilliant. It is, man. It's great because it's a temporary thing unless you want it to not be. Then you can just super glue it together. And it doesn't cost an arm and a leg because you can get base plates at Dollar Tree for $1.25. And then you can get a pack of Legos, which I probably would buy 2. But you can get a pack of Legos for another $1.25. And you got enough Legos to build whatever base you need. And this one's set up so that the cup is cradled in it, and then I just butt it all the way to the bottom, and then let the handle slide down and contact there on this piece here, so it's engraving in the same spot every single time. And I don't have to worry about a chuck or anything like that. It's just wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. So, oh, you live in Salem. That's awesome. Cool. Yeah, this was back in 2015, so it's been a couple years. I'm not familiar enough with CNC stuff to know for sure. Maybe Kyle, if Kyle reads your question, he'll be able to help you better. A CNC Z fixture, is that like a chuck, like a jawed chuck, or? No, I'm using cylinder correction, Garant. So cylinder correction accounts for the curvature of the cup because you put in, you give Lightburn 2 pieces of information: the distance from the surface to your mirrors, and then you tell it what the diameter of your workpiece is. And then it uses software to distort the image so that when you engrave it on the cup, it comes out good. So that's all cylinder correction. And it saves a ton of time using the Lego jig versus having to attach things to the rotary and whatnot. Did you just luck out on the handle is in the right spot with the Lego prop? Super picky about lining things up. Actually, I have the pack that I bought has the little thin Legos. So there's one full piece of Lego and then 2 thin pieces of Lego that gets it almost perfectly parallel to the workplace or the workpiece. And then I centered the artwork on this R here. So I framed a 30 millimeter by 33 millimeter, I think, square around this R, and then centered the workpiece on that. So. $5,900 sales on Etsy, 5-star, started in 2019, sandglass. Yeah, so you've been at it for a while, dude, which is great. I mean, shit, dude, congratulations. That's awesome. I think you got in it at the perfect time. And I think it's just a really brutal place for new people to get into. So, and there are success stories. There are people who are going to join now and find their niche and find their clientele, and they'll do wildly successful. And there are about 10,000 people for every one of those people that join Etsy and never get a sale because the market is just saturated. Hey, what's up, Laura? Glad you made it. Video shaky all of a sudden. Yeah, man, that's my bad. It's because my air conditioner, my AC unit's in the same room as my lasers, and it's like a big, like industrial or house size AC. It's like central AC. So when it kicks on, it like shakes the whole room. Even my PTZ has a little bit of wobble when the AC kicks on. Sorry about that. Hopefully I'm not making you seasick. These tumblers, Christina, are they're RTIC. So I order them straight from RTICoutdoors.com. Use the promotion code. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not that big. But I do order several hundred of these a year from them. So, but yeah, it's RTICoutdoors.com. Right now, with the cases, normally it's like almost $400 a case. Right now it's like $360 something for the 20-ounce travel mugs. There's 24 of them. So it was like $30 cheaper per case right now than what it had been in the previous orders that I made. So there's not many things out there going down in price. So definitely took advantage of that. Lasering intensifies. Yeah, we just upped the wattage. I'm really sorry about that, guys. I'm using like a phone mount to hold my phone. I really need to find something less ghetto, I guess. Let's see. Reading up on cylinder correction. Yeah, it's even EasyCAD had a version of cylinder correction. It was I can't remember what it was called, but it was in EasyCAD. And then when Lightburn came out, they had cylinder correction. So, and surprisingly, the function in EasyCAD worked most of the time. And sometimes it would freeze and crash. You know, typical EasyCAD. I'm glad you came, Laura. So glad you're here. I have your coins in an envelope on my desk. I drive by the friggin' post office, but they're usually closed, so I just haven't had a chance to drop them off yet. But I will get them in the mail, probably if I can get this wrapped up soon enough today. I think I just left a little after 4:30 yesterday, so I didn't make it in time. Engraved Dreams, what's up? How's it going, Anthony? Hope the projects are going well. Project's going really well. We're actually we're halfway through almost our second case of 24 cups. So I will have successfully knocked out 2 cases by the time the live stream's over, and I'll have this order ready for delivery for the customer. So it's going really well. The cups are coming out a little bit slower than I'd like, but I'm just kind of working my workflow around that. So I just kind of made adjustments where when the last cup is done running, I'm going to just open one cup up, throw it on, and then as it's going, I unwrap the rest of the cups and get them staged. Just doing 6 at a time so I don't get too jammed up. Oh, Laura, I'm using the 50 watt fiber with the f420 lens. My $30 Amazon special. Project Mark, that's what it was. I couldn't remember what it was called. Thanks, Kyle. Always there to back me up. Oh, you're welcome, Laura. I'm glad I can take care of you. I just happen to have a half dozen or so brass coins laying around, so I figured I'd share the wealth with you so you didn't have to worry about tracking down a good source or anything like that. I do use Umbury. Umbury has good coins. That's Umburry. And I recently ordered some from Heavy Metal Blanks from Redding, California. I'm pretty sure the only reason I ordered from them is because they're pretty local to where I was at in California. They're about an hour and a half, 2 hours north of me, but I still have a lot of friends in Redding. So I was like, oh, California homeboys, I'll give them an order. Their coins are, I would say, very similar in quality to Umbury's. But despite the fact that they were transported in those round disc things that coins come in, the coins themselves were kind of a little bit worse for the wear, which confused me. So I don't know. And then I ordered a 50 millimeter stainless steel coin, but I didn't get a 50 millimeter stainless steel coin. I think I got a 50 millimeter titanium coin because that coin's feather light compared to all the other coins that I have. So I don't know. I don't know what to think about them quite. They seem okay, but at the same time, it just didn't go super smooth. So been testing a video coming up from Maxi called, oh, the Index, yeah. Good afternoon, Anthony. Hey, Chris is here. What's up, Chris? Okay, I figured somebody dropped something on Discord because all of a sudden everybody was showing up. I was like, well, that's odd. Maybe it's a coincidence. I don't know. Thanks, Kyle, for dropping that notification. All right, so I think I got my first kind of like irregularities in this cup. I can feel the engraving much more on this cup than any of the other ones. And you can see where all the other cups were coming out very nice. This one's got some straggling going on with like right there with the powder coat and right there with the powder coat. So I think this one's going to require just a little bit more cleanup. I'm going to set it off to the side. I mentioned before, but most people weren't here for it. I found that wooden toothpicks are phenomenal for cleaning up some of that residual powder coat because you can really get in there and like dig some stuff up. And it's a wooden toothpick, so it's not going to like damage the metal, so you don't have to worry about it like, you know, leaving any abrasions or anything on the brushed stainless. But it does a great job at like just breaking loose any stuff that's just still hanging around that doesn't want to come loose. So that's my tip for the day. Get some wooden toothpicks and they might save your life. Well, they might not save your life, but they might save your butt. Cool. I'm glad you guys all saw the Discord post. Thank you again, Kyle, for being a champion. You're my hero. Okay, I think I mixed these up somehow. Son of a gun. I got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. And this would be the 12th. No, I just can't count right now. That's all. Sorry. Plastic razor blade scrapers, yes. I had a job doing car detailing a couple years ago. And one thing that I did use a few times when I had some spare parts after I did that and started lasering, was those orange plastic razor blades that you use. That's a great tip. I just didn't have access to those anymore when I quit that job to pursue this. So toothpicks. Yeah, the orange razor blades are definitely something. I think you could probably nab those at like a auto parts store, like Napa or something. So I'm pretty sure that's where we got them from. K Murphy, hello from Michigan. Man, we got another Michiganian. What do you call yourselves? Are you a Youper? We have a like startling number of people from Michigan. Because we got like Yuri from Michigan. Isn't Vinny from Michigan too? Pretty sure Vinny's from Michigan. We have, man, like a handful of other people. Good to have you either way, no matter what state you're from. I appreciate you. Michigander, all right. Michigander, I believe, is the correct term. Yes, he is. If you're from Michigan, check out Greenski Bluegrass and Billy Strings. Born and raised in Kentucky, transplanted to Indiana. Indiana. Kentucky's like my mecca. I want to go do the bourbon tours there someday. And then Bowling Green, Kentucky is the home of the National Corvette Museum, and that's where they build all the Corvettes. Hey Rob, thanks for hanging out, man. I hope it was fairly entertaining. It's kind of hard to make this kind of stuff fun, but having nice people like you to chat with does make it more endurable. So thanks. Have fun picking up the kids, man. Laura bought a plastic razor kit. Oh, Keith said, do it. I love my bourbon. Man, I am a huge bourbon fan. I too love me some bourbon. I almost made a trip to Kentucky this past summer with a trailer to buy a pallet of used whiskey staves, but I did the math, and that pallet of used whiskey staves was more than my car could probably. Actually, I think my car could probably handle it, but my trailer probably would have fallen apart. The payload was too high, so. A 150 by 150 table for about 110. That's not bad, dude. It's not bad. 150 by 150. What is yours now? Is it like 200? Is that why it's too big? I don't have an XY. I just have my Z tables. I have two of those bad boys. But I see XYs going on top of Zs. So I assume it's probably about the same size. And my Z table, I don't know, just eyeballing it seems like it's maybe like 6 by 8. Yeah, barrel heads are just as heavy. A 5 by 8. Yeah, that seems about right. Oh, with the knobs themselves. Yeah, that's going to be the big thing right there. Yeah, the barrel heads are heavy too. I didn't know if I was going to try and get both, but that's like 7,000 pounds and my trailer is not rated for that. So I would have definitely blown something out. And to be honest, with the weight of my trailer, my truck probably wouldn't have been too happy either. But yeah, I wanted to, because the pricing isn't that bad when you buy them in that kind of bulk. And then you look at the number of people selling those things on Etsy, you could recoup your money pretty quick just doing side sells on Etsy, but then have a really good supply of stuff to burn on your own with your laser too. There's a guy up north of me in Cedar Rapids that he buys them secondhand and then sells them when he's done with them. He runs a brewery. So I think I'm gonna just keep doing business with him. I paid $90 a barrel for a wine barrel and a bourbon barrel. I don't know if you're familiar, Keith, with Cedar Ridge. It's a distillery here in Iowa. They make a pretty good whiskey. Everybody's got questions for Kyle in chat. Cedar Ridge, they should. I mean, I think they distribute nationally because I'm fairly certain I remember seeing that stuff out in California. I'm not 100% though. Yeah, he uses Cedar Ridge barrels. They're a winery and a distillery, so they have both types of barrels. So I got one wine barrel and one whiskey barrel. And I already made my money back for the whiskey barrel by selling the barrel head with some artwork on it. So, good times. I think I'm going to make like some coat hangers with the staves and maybe like some signs that people can hang up that just say like home or welcome. I made some cups for a while and sold them at little craft shows. They said home and the O was the state of Iowa, just the outline. People really seem to like those, so I thought about maybe doing that too. Anybody in chat doing craft shows? We still got Laura here. Laura, do you do shows? You go to vendor events and whatnot? Sell your awesome cups?
I have a pile of barrel heads. I don't actively advertise individual products, but that was my first thing to make and put out on social media.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Laura has one at the end of the month. Nice. Very nice. There's one in October I'm kicking around trying to get babysitting for my kids for because it's just a one-day thing. It's hard with 5 very active, very curious, very rowdy boys to try and do vendor events. And my wife works nights on the weekends, so she's sleeping during the day. So it just makes it kind of tough.
I was given an oak barrel stave that had spots drilled out.
Oh, to make a shot glass. Yeah, that's cool. I actually, at a secondhand store in Iowa City, found a wine stave that they had drilled holes in at an angle and then put brackets on it for it to hang on the wall vertically, and then you would put wine bottles in neck first into the holes on the stave, and it would hold your wine bottles for you, which was kind of cool. And then I've seen people that make one with like an L, they cut the stave and put an L-shaped base on it, and it just stands up on a countertop and does the same thing with the wine bottles. Or you could do it with whiskey bottles too, if you made the holes a little bit bigger. I feel like craft shows are good for getting your name out, giving out cards. It just depends on the craft show. Some of them, I mean, there's Scotty. He hasn't really been on the Discord much lately, but Scott from Black Bull Customs, that dude's business is all vendor events and craft shows, and he makes like several thousand per weekend at these shows. That's like one of his primary methods of income. So if you find the right niche and you go to these places, like, you can make a freaking killing. You know, it's just what works for him isn't necessarily going to work for you. So you just kind of have to find what's right for your area. But you got such a good thing going, bro. Well, you got, I wouldn't even mess with it, really. You just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing great, man. And there goes the water bottle again. Is Laura talking about doing customization at shows? Because I almost did it, bro. I almost hit that buy it now on that Laser Pecker 5. Because their advertising was really good. And I'm thinking, I want to get back into doing craft events or vendor shows or whatever you want to call them, craft shows. And having that laser to do the customization on spot. But then I found an old short bus. Well, it wasn't even really, it is a short bus, but it wasn't like a school bus. It was like, you know, like those vans that like medical transport companies use that have like a wheelchair lift on them. And then they'll pick old people up from like nursing homes and transport them to their doctor's appointments and back. It was one of those for like $2,500 on Facebook Marketplace. And with a little bit of custom outfitting and a generator and some stuff, I feel like you could make a pretty decent mobile laser service for like vendor events and craft shows and stuff. Elderly, not old. I'm sorry. I didn't use the politically correct term. I want to see what you'll do with that short bus. Yeah, it's a thought. And then I would feel much more comfortable transporting lasers and something like that. It'd be interesting for sure. And it would beat having to haul a trailer around, you know? You just have one thing, pull a little fridge in there, have some snackies. A couple cold ones for after the event. Nope, because then you got to drive back. Never mind. Nix that. A couple cold Cokes for after the or during the event. Yeah, niche festivals, stuff like that. Yeah, I think Scotty does a lot of like tarot related stuff and a lot of 420 friendly stuff and some comic book stuff. So he sticks to those niches. So he does like comic book shows or like where are those cons, comic cons? He'll hit up cons. And then, you know, like hippie festivals where tarot stuff would be popular. So, yeah, it's all about finding that niche and fitting into it, you know. And that's some of what led me down this journey to apply for my FFL is like I found a niche, you know. I like firearms. Like there's something I'm personally interested in and have used a lot since I was in the military and whatnot. But like it's something I have an actual interest in. I know my way around them. And I've had a fair amount of interest in providing those types of services to people. So if you guys weren't around for that, FFL 07 is on my radar. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call my ATF field office on Monday before I mail my paperwork off, because a 7 is a manufacturer. So I don't believe you can sell firearms at all. And I'm pretty sure when I was reading on the ATF's website, any kind of gunsmithing activities fall under a 1. And according to the ATF, laser engraving on serialized parts of firearms is an act of gunsmithing. So to me, it seems like the 1 is the way to go. Yeah, it's definitely an expensive hobby, Yuri. But yeah, I think as far as what I'm looking to do, the FFL 1 is the way for me to go. You need an FFL 7 to engrave firearms and sell them. See, that's right answer is always called the local field office. For sure, that's what I'm going to do, I think. Because, like, legit, what I read on the ATF website is the 1 is good for firearms sales and gunsmithing. And then on the ATF's website, it specifically states that engraving on firearms is gunsmithing. So a gunsmith would be 1. ATF says that it's gunsmithing. So I'll look for clarification, because initially I was going to apply for my 7. Because I was talking with a gentleman from like Virginia or something like that who does FFL work, and I think he said 7 was the way to go. K. Murphy says he has an FFL 1, 12 person with a handicap lift. Yeah, so I think Kyle and I were looking at a very similar setup for mobile laser engraving, which I think would be very cool. Just black out the windows in the back. Nearly every engraving FFL person has a 7. That's super odd. Hence why I'm going to seek clarification. Because I'll just take it straight from the horse's mouth from likely the person who's going to go ahead and approve or deny me anyhow. So I'll call the St. Louis field office probably tomorrow, or not tomorrow, probably Monday. Alicia Pay had a live stream. I'm like, yep, yeah, I saw that. Oh, it's now on Rumble? Okay, I might have to check that out. Alicia's definitely a wonderful resource for information. I like her a lot. I was kind of bummed because she had no clue who I was at LBX. So a couple times I tried talking to her, and she just kind of like cruised right past me. I was like, she's a busy lady. Yeah, Alicia's group is fantastic, and her tough love approach to douche canoes, as she calls them, is the perfect way to go with it, because she don't take no shit. Yeah, dude, YouTube's new policies, they were bad before, and then like a couple months ago they had some new policies take place, and there are a lot of like YouTube gun channels who have had videos up for years and have been monetized that lost monetization or even had the videos taken down recently after these new rules took effect. So it's kind of dirty, but I mean, I get it. But that's also now why platforms like Rumble exist. And was that Genesis or the one that Alex just talked about being on? Oh, cool. Yeah. They'll send you a link. Keep missing me placing the cup. That's how quick it is. That's why I use these Lego jigs. I know you do a lot of wraps and stuff, but like the exchange on these cups is just super fast because it's like you just pick it up, drop the new one on, and the way I set it down, if you drop it into the cradle, then rotate it and set the handle down. Because I was telling before, I sat one down flush before and the handle kind of caught on the little dimple of the Lego and it engraved cockeyed. And because it was at a weird angle, it didn't engrave right. So when I picked the cup up, I was like, oh, we're gonna have to run that one again. I put it back down and I set it down right the second time. So it like engraved the second image slightly skewed. And it felt when you looked at it like those drunk driving goggles that they make you put on when you're in like high school and then walk a straight line. It was like that. It just hurt my head. So I gave it to my wife and she like gets nauseous every time she looks at it. Yeah, Alicia is great. And she's like one of those that walks the walk and talks the talk. Like she has so much knowledge and experience and is highly successful. So it's not like somebody who just kind of sits around talking about how other people need to run their businesses but doesn't do it themselves. Like she's got the ducats in her bank account to back it up and all the dang toys in her garage. That freaking shed that she's got full of all those dang toys I'm so jealous of. Like the leather stitcher that she had for years and never touched. I'm like, girl, I could use one of those. All right, Keith, bro. Thanks for hanging out, man. And thanks again for your order on the tape. I hope it serves you as well as it served me. And Laura, with the Legos, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think I've ever showed it off on video either. But yeah, the Lego jig, super easy. You just kind of, at the beginning of the live stream, I showed everybody, I took this level and set it right here and then slid the Lego base plate up against it, then put it over here and slid it up against it and held it in place while I taped it. And since my head, I made sure when I set this laser up, my head is perfectly square with my work piece or with my base plate, then I know that it's all square. So basically, once I tape this in place, then I just do the arrangement of the Legos, which I have these two, which are single Legos with one additional micro thin, I don't know. It's probably like a quarter or a third of what a normal Lego is. So it's like one of these guys. So those are on top. And that gets this cup up high enough so that when the curve doesn't touch the base plate, it just sets in this cradle. And then I set up this guy back here to stop it so that when I put the cup in, it just sits in that cradle. I slide it all the way back, roll the handle down, and this piece here is set up. It's two Legos with 3 of those thin pieces on top of it. So it probably would have been fine with 3 Legos, but oops, maybe I shouldn't have pulled that out. Let's see, there we go. All right, so then that keeps the handle at the right level so that everything's centered and the engraving goes well. So yeah, that's your Lego jig right there. super easy. It's good stuff. I lost my magic eraser. That's all right. That one was getting pretty chewed up as it was. Time for another one. Let's see. Oh, Christina, it's the Laser Lounge is her Facebook group. Laser Lounge, CO2, and fiber engraving, I think is the official name of it or something like that. So it's called the Laser Lounge. Is it? Or is the Laser Lounge her old one? I don't have Facebook up, so I can't. Thanks for hanging out, Gearant. And you're welcome, Laura, for the show and tell. Kyle, is it Laser? It's Laser Lounge, right? I feel stupid for not knowing this, but I've downscaled my amount of time I spend on Facebook, like tremendously lately. Mostly for like mental health reasons, because there's too many crazy people on there all the time. But yep, thank you, Kyle, for confirming it's Laser Lounge. So Christina, if you go on Facebook and just search for the Laser Lounge, you'll find the group. It's a pretty well-run group. You get some people on there that are just blowhards that want to show off their work and never really contribute anything. But then you get a lot of people who will tell you everything you ever wanted to know about how they laser stuff. So it's a mixed bag, but she doesn't allow any douchebaggery. She calls people who are douche canoes and kicks them out of the group and says, ta-ta, see you never, because there's no room for that. It's a very similarly run group to Laser Everything. They just don't tolerate stupidity and appreciate fine folks who want to share and build the community and make it a better place rather than tear other people down. So, yeah, no problem. And I think today is Friday, so on Fridays they have a little, because she won't let people promote themselves or like their products and stuff except for on like Wednesdays, Whiskey Wednesdays, and then on Fridays they do F That Up Friday. So it's when you get to show off your flubs and maybe help other people learn from your mistakes, because that's a big thing. Like, one of the benefits to doing a live stream like this is like if I screw something up, 100 people might see it, which means, you know, not on the live part, but later on down the road, 100 people might see the video and be like, oh, wow, okay, well, that's easily avoidable. Or like Laura, she said she's never seen somebody actually use a Lego jig before. So now she can't say that because she has. So... But yeah, F That Up Friday. I've contributed a few. A lot of times, the things that I've screwed up, I know I have processes to avoid. I've had a diode for about a year and love it. I'm wanting all the toys now. Yes, that's how I started, Christina. I bought in 2020 during the lockdowns of the pandemic. I bought a diode laser on Amazon and set it up, fell in love immediately, and then just wanted to learn as much as I could about lasers. And I ran across these magical things called fiber lasers that could engrave metal and made all these wonderful noises and sparkly shows while it did it. And I was hooked. I was like, whoa, that is amazing. And then at the time, I mean, they were still significantly higher priced than they are today. So that was kind of a pipe dream. And as time has progressed, they've gotten cheaper and way more affordable. And then I discovered Alex and Laser Everything and got so deeply immersed in the laser world that here I am now, dude. Making Legos. No, sir. Not making Legos. Just using them as a jig. So I just went over this with Laura. But I'm doing cups. And I set up the Legos strategically so that I can put the cup down and then slide it down so that the bottom of the cup contacts this Lego here. And then I rotate it so the handle contacts that one. And now I'm doing 48 cups with the engraving in the same spot with about 5 seconds of setup time. So $2.50 worth of Legos is helping me breeze through. We are now done with half of our second case. Actually, I'm sorry, 2/3 of our second case. So we have 6 cups to go, folks. We're on the home stretch. And I thank each and every one of you guys for showing up. It's really cool having somebody to talk to and chat with and answer questions. And Kyle, as always, is being awesome and supportive and answering people's questions too. Cool as shit. Yeah, dude, it's so much quicker than like screwing with the chuck. Because chuck is metal on metal, so then I want to put tape down, right? So a lot of times if I'm doing, well, all the time, if I'm doing a cup on the rotary, then I'm going to throw tape on the lip of the cup, kind of like this. I throw tape on the lip of the cup so that the rotary has purchase on something other than the material itself to hold it in place. So the tape really helps, but if I had to stop and tape every single one of these cups, I'm adding easily an hour, if not more, to my time. And then you got to take the tape back off. So it's a lot of unnecessary wasted time. So I just like to, on cups like this where I'm just doing a simple logo, just the Lego jig, I'd like it if this was going a little bit faster on the engraved side, but I'm making the workflow kind of work around that so that I'm not standing around for too long waiting for cups to finish. So it's working out fairly well. I've been going for about 3.5 hours for 48 cups. So that's 48 cups into 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours is, oh my gosh, 180, 210 minutes. So that's what? I can't math right now. 4 minutes per cup. Start to finish, unboxing, engraving, cleanup, rebox. There's a little bit of glue left over. RTIC puts like this dollop of glue under their labels to hold it still. And it's notoriously left a little bit of residue behind almost consistently. So what I do is I take a little piece of this wonderful tape and boom, residue gone. All right, back to marking. Thanks for joining us, Tactical Patriot. Where are you from? I feel like you're a new name, but I also feel like I've seen it before. So, Laura, I almost threw a roll of that tape in the envelope. You're going to make me tear that back open and waste an envelope now. Laura, you're getting a roll of tape to try out. I will mail that to you. You can try out the tape, get some coins. I'm going to hook you up. because you should get some of my tape, and your first roll should be on me. You don't need my Venmo. Right now, if you go to beamituplasertape.com, you'll see that we're sold out of the 100mm tape, unfortunately. We should be resupplied hopefully by October, some point in October at least. So I've got 100 rolls of 100mm tape and 50 more rolls of 50mm tape heading in. This is a new company I'm using, so I didn't want to go crazy on the order size. But I didn't want to like run out immediately and have to order again. So I thought I had a whole nother box of 100mm, but it turned out it was acrylic signs with wooden bases that I ordered last year. That was just in a similarly sized box. So I went to go fulfill an order, and yeah, I was met with an empty box. So luckily I was able to scrape together between my shop and my house 3 rolls of 100mm tape to fulfill that order, but I was definitely sweating it a little bit. No, Laura, I'm not going to give you my Venmo. You can try the tape, and if you like it, then you can buy some in the future. And if you don't like it, no harm, no foul. But as I was saying earlier, with this tape, my wife doesn't even touch lasers, and she uses roll after roll of it. So I think you're going to find it useful. And this new stuff is a new formula from a different company, and it's a little bit more tacky. So I want to get some feedback. If you have a 100mm roll right now and you replenish later, I want to know what you think about the new formula. Because it's a little bit more sticky, but in my experience, it never left any residue still. And it didn't seem like it burned any differently or leave any gooiness behind. Because one thing, I ordered tester rolls because there was no way I wanted somebody to like use it on a CO2 or something and it just leave like a gooey mess on wood or acrylic. So I tested it thoroughly and ended up with nothing. So that has passed, but I just want to make sure that like other people, if you get a roll of it, and I'm going to love it, everybody loves it. So Venmo, please. Oh, Laura, I'm too stubborn. Yeah, really, the tape just has so many different uses. Hell, it's holding together half of my exhaust system right now for my fumes. There'll probably be some coins on the website pretty soon too. I talked about this earlier with Bronson. I ordered 100 coins from a supplier, and they're very good quality coins. Well, the sample I bought was very high quality. It's the one that Bronson engraved on during our last live stream when he was here. And yeah, I think it stands up to companies like Umbury as far as quality, finish, and all that. They're supposed to come in those little round cases, so that'll be a bonus. Unboxing the last cup to unbox today. How many viewers we have? Man, we're up to 13. I can't believe there are 13 human beings watching me, 14 human beings watching me laser engrave cups right now. That's phenomenal. You guys are awesome. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. It's great that you guys want to participate in something as mundane as this, but it's this mundane stuff that pays the bills. So, you know, got to do that. Got to keep the power on and the rent paid. So, good stuff. So, yeah, this is the Lego jig. Slide the cup on, slide it down to the bottom, roll it over, and we're ready to hit fire again. Oh, wow. I said I can't believe 14 people are watching this live stream and 4 people agreed. They said, bye-bye. Oh, man, I don't blame them. This is probably the least exciting content I'll make for a while, but I don't know. I feel like maybe people seeing how I do it might give them some ideas. Might make them feel like they don't ever want to do cups. Might give them some ideas of what not to do. I don't know. I'm just here to help and answer questions. I'm here to kick butt and make awesome cups. And I'm about to be out of cups. Huh. There's a little first quality control issue I've seen. There's a little bit of like knurling around the edge of this cup. Interesting. Normally you don't see that with these RTICs. They're pretty spot on. They're a good brand. A lot of their coolers and stuff are made in America, and they tout that, but what a lot of people don't realize is their cups aren't, which is kind of a bummer. Yeah, I appreciate the engagement. Thank you, Laura. If y'all wanted to give me a like, that'd be even cooler. Yeah, when I first got started with Beam It Up Laser Works and decided to make my own company, I'm a proud veteran and I'm a proud patriot. And I was like, well, I'm going to try and find a good source of cups that are made in America. And maybe people, even if it's a little bit higher price, people will appreciate something made in America. And I very quickly found out that there is literally no company inside the United States that makes insulated cups. Every single one of them is made in China. And there's like 4 or 5 places in China that make them, which is why a lot of these generic cups that you buy look suspiciously like Yetis for like half the price. So yeah, apparently the equipment just hasn't made its way over to the United States yet. So it's kind of a bummer. Just a little bit of tidbit of knowledge there for you, in case you were never wondering. Hey, Bronson's back. Your meeting go well, Bronson? Did you buy dinner with that check that you never cashed? Bronson, we're down to the last 3 cups, dude. Bronson's, I think, well, I mean, he's kind of dipped out a couple times, but he's pretty much been here start to finish. I'm pretty sure I was sitting here talking to myself for like the first 20 minutes, and then Bronson popped in, and I had some company. Meeting went well. Good, bro. Good. Probably say this too much, but I'm proud of that kid, man. Bronson's awesome. I should probably quit calling him a kid because he's an adult, but I've got kids older than him, so I'm gonna call him a kid.
Nah, I was with you at the start.
Oh, you were at the, okay. It just took you a minute to chime in. All right, I get it. Appreciate you, Kyle. As always, Kyle's got my back. Hit that like button if you want. If you want to. Man, it's been a trek. 4 hours and 17 minutes. It's 4:17 right now. Oh yeah, because I did start on time. Started right at noon o'clock. Oh, it's been a day. So we got 2 whole cases knocked out in the live stream. Kyle and I answered a bunch of questions. If y'all are hanging out still, we got 12 viewers right now. You have a good wealth of knowledge between the comments section and Kyle and myself. If you got any questions or comments or concerns, if you're interested in lasers, want to buy a laser, are afraid to buy a laser, are ready to pull the trigger on something but aren't quite sure, holler at us. You have our live, mostly undivided attention. I am a little ADHD sometimes, and I'm trying to get these cups done, but we'd love to help you out. And if you have any ideas for content that you'd like to see in the future, I am happy to and willing to do custom stuff for people. Like if you have a question about a certain material that you've never used before and you don't want to spend the money to try it out, or if you don't have the right laser to try something but you're thinking about getting that laser and you want to see it in action, then hit me up. Leave a comment either during the live stream, or if you watch this after the live stream, leave a comment. I read all my comments. I'll be more than happy to do stuff. I love buying new lenses to try out. I just got a 300 millimeter lens for my UV, and it works fabulously. Laura, you were talking about that. Did you order one or not? So I think Laura, on one of the podcast lives, Laura was asking about 300 millimeter lenses. Well, thank you, Christine. I'm glad that you enjoy and that you're learning stuff. And I'm glad that you're with us on your laser journey. The diodes, they're such an addiction. They're great. They're the perfect gateway drug. They're inexpensive. They're easy to use for the most part. And once you get the hang of it, then it's kind of easy to take that knowledge and move up to different wavelengths and stuff. Would you need a 2 watt or 10 watt for the 300? No. To do glass, probably. I showed at the beginning of the stream, probably while you were gone or on a phone call or something, but I did show a piece of glass that I did. It was a piece of glass out of a picture frame, so it was fairly thin glass, but I tried marking on it and it didn't really successfully, it marked, but it wasn't like a good quality mark. And the glass just got really hot. And then I put the glass up on the window pane where it sits in between 2 canvases. And I just went to go grab it to show off the mark earlier. And the glass was shattered right around the area where it got hot from trying to engrave. So I think the UV just doesn't, the 5 watt at least, doesn't have the energy density to really do much except for heat up. And so it just popped that glass, which is crazy, but that's what happened. But with wood, phenomenal. If you go on Discord, Bronson, and check out the UV chat, there's probably 4 or 5 pictures of stuff I've done recently on wood, because I have a 12 by 12 work area on the UV to do wood now. So that's what I've been doing for like pretty much all my wood right now. Because what I was doing was kind of like complex designs, and trying to get it to fit right on the CO2 would have taken more time than to just do it on the UV, since I have the framing light and everything. So
Dotted lane design. I got my first bulk order, 120 ounce tumblers. Wish me luck.
congratulations and good luck. That's what I got, 48 20 ounces here. So congratulations on your bulk order. 100 is a great number, especially for a first. What laser are you using?
Fiber or UV for a first galvo? I have no reason to buy one other than tumblers. But those can be done on diode or gantry CO2, just planning out the next purchase.
Yeah, fiber nor UV are really a great tool for doing cups. If you wanted to really bang out some quick cups, the CO2 galvos are pretty legit. Matt uses his a lot. If you're content using your CO2 gantry or your diode, then that's a completely other thing. And I would say if you're gonna get into your first galvo, my knee-jerk response would be fiber, just because of its utility for like deep engraving and stuff. If you were simply looking to mark the widest variety of things possible, I would say UV. If you're looking to engrave into metal at all, ever, fiber. Yeah, plan on next person. That was Chris. I think I misread that initially. I thought it was Christina. But yeah, Chris, if you have any inclination whatsoever to engrave into metal in the future, then fiber all the way. The UV is great at a lot of things. Deep engraving really isn't one of them. Wood, it's good at. Glass, it can engrave into. Metal, never, really. I mean, I shouldn't say never. You could etch, probably. Fiber fits the budget better, too. Well, I mean, a little bit, yeah. I think there's still a little bit of a disparity between prices for fibers and UV. But I guess the big thing to realize is, like, it's not a watt for watt thing. Like a 5-watt fiber versus a 5-watt UV. Like, it's not exactly like that. So, like, you can get a 3 to 5-watt UV that'll be very usable on a very wide variety of items, and wouldn't really cost much more than a 60-watt fiber. And 60-watt fiber is kind of like what I would consider maybe nowadays a starter range, just because prices have gone down so far. Here we are, we're putting the last cup on. I wish I had my phone available. I'd hit my little, my DJ horn, the pew, 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 pew. So, yeah, I mean, if you want to do metal at all, fiber's the way to go. UV is a great laser, don't get me wrong. But I use my fibers considerably more than I use my UV. And it's not because the UV is not a good laser, it's just the stuff that fiber excels at is more of what my business plan is, business model. I don't know what I'm trying to say. But they're both great lasers, and you really just need to consider what your specific use case is going to be and then base it around that. So I don't regret getting my UV at all. I love it.
And now seeing those CO2 galvos in action makes me want one of those as well. CO2 galvo is awesome. And one of these days, I hope to have a green laser. Why? Because I want one. I don't know if it's any better at anything than the UV is or any worse at anything than UV is, but I just want a green laser because I like weird stuff that almost nobody has. And I only know like 2 people that have green lasers. One of them was Rob from We Do Widgets that was here earlier. And then there's another guy, I think, on Discord that does a lot of like, I think he does firearms stippling with his green laser, like on polymers. And he was talking about how the green laser excels at that versus like fiber and UV. So that'd be an interesting tool to have. What's a green laser? I haven't heard that one before. Yeah, it's a 532 nanometer wavelength. So it's kind of in between the red laser and UV, I think. The red laser is like 6 to 9 or something like that. It just depends. But yeah, it's so basically, here we go. We're going to get into it. So a fiber laser is a fiber laser because it uses a fiber optic cable. The UV laser, let's switch settings, camera, PTZ. All right, so the UV laser is right here. And the UV laser is, the laser source is right here. And there goes the water bottle again. I don't know how that thing's still working. The actual beam comes straight out of this box through a tube into the galvo head and down. So there's no fiber optic cable connecting the laser source to the galvo head like there is on a fiber laser. And the reason the fiber laser uses a fiber optic cable is because the glass of the fiber optic is doped with basically like a material that boosts the fiber wavelength as the light passes through it. It's kind of my plebeian understanding of it. So the water bottle, yeah, I know, dude. If you've been here long enough, you've heard that thing drop 3-4 times. So the way that they get different wavelengths of light is they start off with a 1064 laser source, and then they use these crystals to downstep the wavelength of the laser light that comes out of it. So most of the time it's like half. So you put the beam of the 1064 through this filter, they call it, or crystal, and it takes the 1064 and halves it down to 532, which is a green laser. And then you run it through another filter or crystal that knocks it from 532 down to 355, and that's where you get your UV laser. So that's called a DPSS, a diode pumped solid state laser. So that when you hear if you ever hear DPSS, it's diode pumped solid state laser, which means that the diode is the 1064 diode, which is basically the source for like a fiber laser. But instead of running it through the fiber, it's just pumping it straight out and through that filter and possibly through another filter if you're doing UV in order to get the specific wavelength of light. So when you do that, you're downstepping your power too, which is why an expensive UV laser is only 10 watts versus the same money can buy you a 100-watt fiber source because it's not using the downstep process. So, or like a 60-watt fiber laser or something. So basically that's how they get the different wavelengths. And the green laser is much less common, even though essentially in order to make a UV laser, you have to make a green laser. but it's just not that widespread. So green lasers are still pretty expensive, even though, like I said, in order to make a UV laser, you essentially have to make a green laser. But green lasers are most commonly used for, commercially at least, like those little glass cubes with the 3D holograms inside of them. Because the green wavelength is great at doing subsurface engraving like that. So some of the machines I've seen will use 2 laser beams, and the software will control those 2 beams so that they intersect at a point inside the glass, which creates a really nice microfracture. And then it uses 3D mapping software to get those lasers to move around and hit those intersection points. So it makes that cool, I don't know, mushroom or ballerina, or back in the day they'd have like the Eiffel Tower or something like that inside of them. So that's how they make those typically. Let's see. Yeah, learning something new about lasers. Yep. Cuban, learned something new today. Yeah, so that's lasers. It took me a long time to like even wrap my head around how fiber lasers work because I wasn't really familiar with them. But I don't know, I've just got this naturally curious mind where if I see something in action and I don't know how it works, I want to learn. All right, I don't know. Can you guys hear me now? Let me go to settings, audio, test, test. All right, so it's showing that there's audio now. Sorry about that. My my lav mic went dead. So perfect timing though. Awesome. Thank you guys for hanging out. I was gonna switch to my PTZ, but now I think I'm just gonna go to my camera. Boom. All right. Ooh, pardon me, I'm sweaty. It's been hot in here today. But I guess perfect timing because I just wrapped up the last cup on the laser and I was going to switch over so you guys could see me while I cleaned up the last few. But since that other camera you couldn't really get a really good view on, I mean, there's the engravings that we've been doing. Very minimal cleanup with the LA's Totally Awesome and the melamine sponges. So it's super easy.
when you get the right settings dialed in to get these cleaned up quick and easy. So got the last ones done and the lav mic's dead, so I guess that's probably a pretty good cue to just cut this one off and wrap it up. So any last minute questions for anybody? I got a little bit of time. If you have anything you want to ask or any comments, suggestions. We've still got 13 people watching. There's got to be one person with a question. I'll give it a few, but I really do appreciate you guys hanging out. It's been awesome. You guys are an awesome crew, and it's always the same ones that come in and really make these streams fun and entertaining. And I do appreciate you guys and the new guys. You know, we got a couple fresh faces here today, and hopefully we'll see you back. And if you see any value in this, just give it a like. Maybe that'll help other people find the content. And I think what I'm going to do is maybe tear into my 50 watt next time, because I get a lot of questions. I do a lot of like help in answering questions and talking with people on Discord with the Laser Everything group, and I get a lot of questions from people about how to dismantle their laser. And I don't think there's a real good quality from what I've been able to find. Like, there's some stuff that kind of goes over it, but not really like in depth. And so I'm thinking maybe next time I do a live stream next week, maybe I'll take the 50 watt down, since I've already pulled that apart a couple times, including once in a garage in the middle of a farm field in Illinois. But maybe I'll tear that open, and because it was Gearant who took off a little bit earlier. He had asked about, he had a loose screw in this part. He had a loose screw in this part of his laser, and you could hear it rattling around while he was trying to put it together, and it was driving him nuts, as it should, and he just wasn't sure how to take it apart. And I had done it on a live stream before, but it was like buried somewhere in the middle of a 3-hour stream. So maybe I'll do a dedicated video or a dedicated live stream of just how to take different components of the laser apart. That one I also cracked the galva head open, so I don't care if I do it again. It's not a big deal because it's already been cracked open and it didn't have a warranty to begin with, so I don't have anything to worry about. I cracked the galva head open off camera though, which I regret, because there are people who want to know how to do that or just would be intrigued to find out how. So perhaps we'll just look forward to that next week. And then any suggestions you have on future content, throw them in the comments section and I will consider it, highly consider it. So, and thank you again, Kyle. You've been awesome in the comments section, helping people out, answering questions, and reminding them to hit that like button and subscribe. If you subscribe, it helps you. If you like learning about laser stuff, I'm not like a know-it-all or say that I know everything, but I will go in and find out, and I learn a lot by just screwing with stuff, and you know, that's the best way I figured out to find stuff out. So if you have any questions and you want answers, either I'll give you a straight up answer or we'll figure it out together. So thanks again. I really appreciate you guys' time. I mean, it's one of our most valuable commodities, and you shared it with me today, and I appreciate that. So we'll catch you next time, all right?